never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Looks like it's go time. Go time, showtime. Cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, and we will work our way into a Tuesday. From one zone to the other, from the East Coast to the West. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studio bunker, Cincinnati, Ohio. Great to have you with us. So I hope your week's off to a good start. Wherever you might be listening in via the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube channel, the Overnight Drive Facebook page, overnightradio.com, overnightdriveradio.com, the radio stream there. Got the Android app, got the iPhone app. It's all up and running once again. Still got us on the hotshotsecret.com YouTube channel. And, of course, on demand any time of the day via the major podcast services, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, TuneIn, iHeartRadio Podcast, and many, many more. All right, well, here comes the heat wave. I don't know if you'd call it a heat wave, but hey, the warm air has really ramped up in the central portions of the country. We make our way into the 80s here in the Ohio Valley, actually all the way up into places like Chicago and Detroit for our Tuesday. Let's start things off with a look at our traveler's weather. Most of the country's looking pretty good tonight. We do still have a bit of rain, eastern portions of Michigan, and crossing the lake now into the westernmost reaches of New York. At least it's just some rain. But the big area of high pressure that dominates most of the central and eastern portions of the country. We're in that final week of April. And yes, as we've been talking the last few days, a wide stretch of the nation is going to get a preview of summer, at least for a few days, as this warm front moves from west to east. As I mentioned, from Chicago all the way to New York City, all gets in on the taste of summer, and we could actually see some daily record temperatures challenged. Meanwhile, the big cities along the I-95 corridor, D.C., Baltimore, you could make a run at the 90-degree mark. The warmth really did begin to build this past day across the Midwest. High temperatures skyrocketing well above normal here as this front begins making its way north through the Midwest as we head into Tuesday. Behind that front, temperatures going to soar to summer-like levels. Omaha, Nebraska. I know you made a run at 90 degrees on Monday. I'm not sure if you topped it or not. I'll have to check back and see where you actually hit. Des Moines climbed into the middle 80s after a chilly start to the day in the low 40s. Chicago, you ramped up well into the 70s after the warm front moved through during the afternoon. As we progress through the day today, the warmth continues to expand on eastward. Heat peaking at record-challenging levels in parts of the Midwest, the Ohio Valley. From Chicago to Toledo, Ohio, you'll be flirting with record highs today. Temperature to beat in Chicago would be 87 degrees. That was set back in 1986. Toledo, your record would be 88, set back in 1990. The peak of the heat doesn't arrive in the Northeast probably till Wednesday, but Tuesday will start off significantly warmer. High temperatures in New England away from the coastal areas, well into the 60s. A few spots may break the 70-degree mark. Further to the south through the mid-Atlantic, widespread 70s and even some highs in the lower 80s. For both regions, you're running a good 10 degrees, maybe more above normal for this final week of April. The pinnacle of the heat in the east arrives midweek when D.C. will approach the 90-degree mark and could challenge the daily record of 92 that was set back in 1957. Baltimore, you're also going to make a run at 90-degree mark, which I believe would be, I think that's the record. Actually, 90 is the record for that day. Places as far north as Harrisburg, PA, into portions of central New Jersey may challenge the 90-degree mark as well. Even right at the Jersey Shore, Atlantic City, where you're typically tempered by the cooler ocean waters this time of year, you may rise into the 80s by midweek there. New York City, forecast high temperature 85 for Wednesday. Temperatures are going to rise into the 80s all the way into parts of southern New York and southern New England. Daytime highs in most of the Northeast, from southern New England to the mid-Atlantic, we're talking 15 to 20 degrees above normal. All right there. We talked about the cool water temperatures last evening, so we won't go through that again. It's all the same. Cold, cold waters. Don't be jumping in the lake or the pond, as tempting as it might be with it being 90 degrees outside. All right, it's going to be a rather brief taste of summer, though, as the cold front comes cooling the region down later this week. Temperatures going to drop back into the upper 50s and 60s from the Great Lakes on up into New England, probably by Thursday. 60s and lower 70s further south from the Ohio Valley into the mid-Atlantic. So it's not going to be a big plunge into cold weather, though, just really a return to where we should typically be, normal highs for this time of year. And along with that cooler air will return some rounds of rain, maybe some thunderstorms for the latter half of the week. Now, speaking of thunderstorms, it's pretty much the calm before the storm right now. In parts of the South, we've been following the last several days what will begin as an eruption of severe thunderstorms across the southern plains later today could turn into a dangerous flash flooding situation, as slow-moving downpours could unload a half a foot of rain or more in parts of the south-central states. Typically you see a swift west to east progression of these storms. These are going to be slowed down significantly this week as that broad area of high pressure building into the east, which is going to bring all those summer-like temperatures from Chicago to New York City. It's going to be kind of like a roadblock in the atmosphere, so it's going to slow significantly the forward motion of these storms, possibly increasing the risk of repeated downpours and flooding. Such will be the weather setup this week. A heightened flood risk. Forecasters say a storm system bringing a little relief to drought-stricken areas in the southwest is going to slow down as it emerges from the Rockies into the high plains between now and Wednesday before finally reaching the east later this week. So you got the clash of the air masses. Thunderstorms forecast to erupt later this afternoon, starting in western Texas to portions of the Oklahoma Panhandle region. These thunderstorms will be capable of giant hail, or they've been saying baseball to possibly softball-size hail, if you could imagine that, as well as tornadoes, powerful winds, and torrential downpours. You're going to see flooding drainage ditches. Roadways will quickly become hydroplaning risks. Once these storms get underway, they slowly expand eastward Tuesday night into Wednesday. We may have a very active program with live coverage of what's transpiring tomorrow night, about 24 hours from now, as these storms are expected to be underway. So definitely we'll be on our A game there. Among the cities at risk for drenching, potentially damaging thunderstorms later this afternoon, even into the nighttime hours. From Lubbock to Abilene to Wichita Falls, Texas, Woodward and Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, perhaps all the way up to Wichita, Kansas. By the middle of the week, then, the severe weather outlooks, it becomes a little bit murkier. Cloud cover from the downpours that are left over from Tuesday night may put a cap on the severity of the storms on Wednesday for at least part of the region. But we cannot rule out a few feisty storms nonetheless. While there's likely to remain at least some threat for damaging winds and maybe hail and isolated tornadoes right through Wednesday night, the overall setup probably turns more into just a heavy rain and flooding threat for a majority of the region. Downpours on Wednesday and Wednesday night may be stretching from central Texas all the way up into portions of Illinois and Indiana. Travel through some of the bigger cities, Dallas to St. Louis, definitely going to be slowed down with some urban flooding possibilities. In some areas, the heavy rain may flood the roads. Of course, could see some crop damage that's already been planted or delay planting in areas where, in many cases, farmers are still prepping the fields right now. But in parts of southern Oklahoma on into Texas, where you've got some patches of moderate to extreme drought right now, they'll probably be welcoming some rainfall. The heaviest rains, 4 to 6 inches, could come down at rates close to 2 inches per hour at times from portions of Oklahoma and southeastern Kansas into central Missouri and northwestern Arkansas. All right, even in the absence of flooding, definitely you'll see reduced visibility, ponding of water on the roadways, stretches of I-35, 40, 44, and 70 between Tuesday and Wednesday will be impacted. All this is going to gradually move east for the latter portions of the week, so much drier weather behind for the central U.S., but at the same time, it'll bring a return of the wet weather to the east. In the meantime, very warm air is building in this part of the country, and the severe weather and the flooding begins to unfold across the nation's midsection. So I guess the storm they're talking about, as I look at the current radar scene, you've got to get way out west, and we do see a few showers popping up in parts of southern Utah over into western portions of Arizona. It's nothing incredibly heavy at this point in time, but that's the system by later today that's going to cross over New Mexico and head on into Texas, Oklahoma, where things really begin to fire up. So there you go. Look at our traveler's weather. Underway on a Tuesday. What's on your mind? Our number is 844-844-3388. Let me quickly touch on some industry headlines, and then we'll get to your calls. I guess it started yesterday, Monday. New York State Police will be conducting a statewide enforcement effort targeting reckless drivers in the work zones. So essentially, again, starting yesterday through the rest of this week, all the way through Friday, they're conducting what they're calling Operation Hard Hat, enforcement activities throughout the state of New York, according to the news release from Governor Cuomo. Now, the enforcement activities are in support of National Work Zone Awareness Week, which apparently this is. During this effort, state police will assign additional patrols to work zones across the state to enforce the state's vehicle and traffic laws. This is in addition to more than 75 traffic incident management troopers and supervisors that are specially trained to conduct dedicated passenger and commercial vehicle enforcement in and around some of the major active work zones. And they're targeting enforcement in some of the problem areas. Part of this year's Operation Hard Hat, troopers will be disguised as construction workers in an attempt to catch drivers performing illegal activities in those construction zones. Now, they pulled one of these off last year, Operation Hard Hat. 1,770 tickets were issued by the State Patrol. According to the release, more and more New Yorkers are going to take to the roads as the state's economy is gradually reopening, recovering from the pandemic, and that means it's going to become even more important to ensure everybody's driving safely. It's critical to remember the dangers that transportation workers and law enforcement personnel face on the highways, and we've got to do everything we can to support them. New York State has zero tolerance for drivers who endanger our dedicated workforce, and through Operation Hard Hat, we'll make it clear anyone who disregards those laws will be held accountable. So undoubtedly, they're going to be watching for the speeders in those work zones, and I'm pretty sure New York State, like many others, have doubled the fines for speeding and things of that nature in the construction zones. All right, one other tidbit quickly here. This driver's lucky to be alive. Driver uninjured after falling asleep at the wheel in Minnesota this past morning. A little after 5 a.m., about 5:20 a.m. in St. Michael, Minnesota. According to the Star Tribune, the driver was traveling west on I-94 when he fell asleep. Plowed through the right shoulder of the highway, crashing into a bridge pillar at the Highway 241 interchange. Amazingly, luckily, the truck driver was not hurt. No other vehicles involved in the incident, but obviously things were shut down for about 5 hours as they worked to clear the wreckage. All right, the trucker was cited for failure to drive with due care. But looking at the carnage, the photographs of the truck, he was very, very lucky to walk away unscathed. Some of our industry headlines. All right, what's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. We'll get to some of the other, a lot of interesting things, updates to follow here. Kind of unusual to get this guy out of the box. Is that Knucklebuster? What's happening?
Absolutely. Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Shoot, help, I'm being robbed. Somebody call the police. Wait a minute, it is the police robbing me. I haven't supported the police with a traffic ticket in 25 years, Steve. I got a clean driving record. So when you go through them work zones there, through the speed limit, especially in Arkansas, 10 over in Arkansas costs you $500.
Wow.
They catch you in the road construction. It's a cool $1,000 bill. And they got signs up there advertising it too. So, that's, that work zone awareness week, they're going to be raising money. I need you to look something up for me. I was coming through Greenville, Texas today. There was a state trooper out picking up shingles out of the highway. And then I went about 3 or 4 miles up the road, and there was a truck, 3 or 4 trucks just stopped in the right-hand lane. It was an owner-operator. I couldn't see the sign on his door, but the woman standing in the door had his head in her hands and just bawling like crazy. another driver said on the radio that he had died, had a heart attack up there in the truck. So I couldn't find anything on it. Maybe you can there. It's kind of hard for me to look up stuff going down the road there.
Sure. Yeah.
But it happened about 12 noon yesterday.
I'll do some scouring, see what I could come up with.
That sounds good. I'll call you a little later on. I ain't got a whole bunch of baloney right now other than I love us warm weather and them scantily clad senoritas. We'll talk to you a little later on, Mr. Steve Sommers.
All righty, Knuckle Buster. Thanks for checking in, and be safe out there. Yeah, we'll drop in later. I did a quick search. Nothing popped up right out of the box there, but I'll do some more scouring and see what we can find. Hey, one other tidbit, if you're out driving out in the southwestern reaches of the country, there's a large area of red flag warnings, very dry conditions, much of New Mexico and some of the surrounding areas. But I'm guessing this is the storm system that's going to be moving through the east, eventually later on today. The culprit for these storms that are going to be breaking out, but you've got very windy conditions. High wind warnings are in effect through the overnight hours until 9 o'clock Mountain Time. So there was a wind advisory. They bumped that up to a high wind warning. They're talking southwest winds, 35 to 45 miles per hour, gusts up to 60 miles per hour. So that's strong enough to bring down some trees, power lines. Could see some localized power outages. And obviously travel, especially in the high-profile vehicles, will be difficult. As I jump back and see how widespread the red flag warnings, pretty much southeastern portions of Colorado, southwestern Kansas, the entire Texas, Oklahoma Panhandle region, all of New Mexico, and eastern portions of Arizona. Again, red flag warnings, but the heart of the high winds is going to be in central and east central portions of New Mexico. Be careful out there, drivers. All right, roll it up on 20 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Well, it's been a while, but there's Bourbon Street Gary. What's happening, Gary?
What's going on, Steve?
Not a whole lot. Your week off to a good start?
I'm laid off.
Well, that's not a good start. What's going on?
Auto industry.
Oh, auto
industry. Computer chips or whatever you want to call them, microchips, whatever they are. Yes, sir.
So I didn't realize you were hauling the auto parts. I mean, yeah, this has been going on for a couple of months now, but so what's the word? That they shut down for a week or 2 weeks, or do you know?
Well, we're on our second week. Actually, last week I went down to company had business for. See, we do Honda. We do lots of companies. Actually, I went to Clarksville, Tennessee, and ran for Honda, hauled Honda parts. But my normal run is for Ford, and Ford shut down this week. Then they were shut down last week.
Wow.
So, yep.
So you
really don't understand.
You're having to do the unemployment thing while you're off, or how's that work?
Yeah. Originally, they were paying us when they had little mishaps with the plants. We get paid. But with this because the computer chip thing, now we got to do unemployment.
Okay. Well, that sucks.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Well, I know you're not alone. There's a lot of drivers, and of course all those thousands of workers at the plants all being impacted by it. So
exactly, I guarantee you got a lot of people. I'm not gonna say a lot of people, but you got some people that probably listen to your show because our company's based out of Ohio, and I'll throw a name out there if you don't mind.
Sure. Midwest
Logistics. I'm sure there's several that might be listening, and yeah, we're just, it is what it is. You know, what are you going to do? computer chips. And it's amazing how many computer chips each vehicle has. It's crazy.
And it's amazing how much we rely again on China to make these things, and just like so many other things. And we need to bring some of this back to our country or North America as a whole.
Right. But my understanding is whatever mineral or whatever a mineral, I guess the best way I can put it, is in them comes out, is mined. It's mined in Africa, and they have zero any kind of what do you like to call it, work standards. They got kids working in the mine.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's one reason why we don't have it being made in the United States, because we won't import that without any kind of legal, work. What you call work standard. But
yeah, it's pretty much like slave labor with the kids over there. Like, they used to call them the sweatshops in China. But yep, that's where they get those,
exactly.
Working out there to get the raw materials.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm not for sure what that is actually mined for these computer chips. Yeah, I don't know if you know or not, but I don't know what it is.
Seeing as you ask, I can't find it off the top of my head. But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
All right. So here I am at home for the week.
Well, thanks for checking in. It's always good to hear from you. When we're going to get to take a cruise, Gary?
Steve, it better be soon. We better be cruising here in the next year. I'm ready. Are you?
It seems like it's been an eternity. Yeah, but did you get the COVID shot? Have you? Because I'm pretty sure we're going to have that to be able to go on a cruise.
Yeah, well, I haven't got mine yet, and I don't plan on it. And if I have to have them for a cruise, I will. But up until then, I'm not getting it.
Yeah, that's when they talk about trying to incentivize. No, I haven't got one. No, not at this point.
Okay.
But
so you and the princess ain't got one yet?
She has this incredible fear of needles. I don't know, as long as we've known you, if you're aware of that or not. But no, she
right.
She's the one that has to sit down to draw blood. She has to lay down because at the sight of it, she's liable to just pass out at the sight of a needle.
Right. So I knew that. And I didn't figure, and I didn't know. I figured you weren't. You're about like us. You're going to wait till the last minute.
Yeah. But that's when they talk about trying to give you a little incentive for people like us, that's what they mean. The incentive is going to be, well, if you want to do this or you want to do that, you got to get the vaccine. All righty. Hey, Bourbon Street, Gary. Hate to hear that, but yeah, at least you got the unemployment thing. But just sitting around the house, I guess. Yeah, Becky's probably got plenty of honeydews for you there at the Home 20. Let me see. I'm looking for Wall Street Journal. This is going back 4 or 5 days ago. I was just trying to get the latest on the chip shortage in the facilities, where it said Ford is planning more downtime at 5 North American factories due to it's the semiconductor shortage, further disrupting output of the popular sport utility vehicle and the F-150 pickup truck, the biggest moneymaker for the company. I guess we're going back to last Wednesday, where they announced factories in Chicago, suburban Detroit, and Kansas City, Missouri will be idled for an additional 2 weeks, extending the closure through May 14th. An SUV plant in Ontario will also take an extra week of downtime in early May. The latest shutdowns further curbing production of the Explorer full-size SUV and the Transit vans. Output of the Ford F-150 also remains limited. Work resumed, I guess, again, this was last Monday at the truck plant near the headquarters in suburban Detroit after a 2-week pause there. But production was halted at the second pickup plant in Kansas City last week, and that site will remain down through May the 10th. So we're going back since early this year. We've been talking for months now, the semiconductor shortage, forcing automakers all around the globe, intermittently canceling factory shifts, shuffling the production schedules, trying to divert ships to the more high-priority vehicles, primarily the pickup trucks and the larger SUVs, because those are the big money generators, the bigger profit generators. All right, so how long is that trend going to continue is the bigger question, I suppose. There it is. We head toward news break, bottom of the hour. Lines available at 844-3388. All the talk of cryptocurrency and whatnot in the last couple of weeks. Roy had sent me a link to, I guess this was a Twitter feed this past day about, remember when Elon Musk announced that he was buying a bunch of Bitcoin? I guess the latest numbers are in. Tesla made $100 million in 1 month of trading crypto. More than they've ever made selling cars in 14 years. Let's see, from Zero Hedge, they should shut down all their money-losing ventures and just become a full-time trading desk. All right, next post said, Tesla bought $1.5 billion in Bitcoin in the first quarter, sold $272 million, and made $101 million in profits. It's because, when the price goes up, they're selling some, right? Yeah, there you go. A bunch of other, but I think that's the deal. All right. We'll get our news break here and get back with your calls. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC says that a growing number of Americans have skipped the second dose of their COVID vaccination. Nearly 30% of Americans have been fully vaccinated, but the CDC says more than 5 million Americans have gotten their first shot and intentionally missed the second. Officials worry that the recent pause in the use of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, as well as reports of allergic reactions to the shots in some, have made people more wary about receiving both inoculations. The latest data shows that about 140 million people, more than 42% of all Americans, have received at least one dose of COVID vaccine. And the Census Bureau has announced the first set of data from the 2020 census, with the U.S. population now topping 331 million. The population grew 7.35% since 2010, the slowest growth rate since the 1930s. The number also illustrating a population shift that could alter the look of Congress in 2022. Texas will gain 2 seats in the House of Representatives, one of 6 states to gain a seat. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you have an idea for a book, fiction, nonfiction, or a children's book? We can help you put it together and bring it to market at Dorrance Publishing. We have thousands of testimonials from people just like you that we've helped get their books sold in stores and online. We've even got a service called The Writer's Coach. It's perfect for people that have a book idea in their head and they just need someone to help them put it on paper. Dorrance Book Publishing has been helping people just like you who have a book idea, written or not, for over 100 years. Imagine being counted among the most famous authors in the world with your very own book. Call right now and let us help you turn a book idea into reality. It's easier than you think. You just need a little help. Call us now.
800-876-9035. 800-876-9035. 800-876-9035. That's 800-876-9035.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are. Dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue DEF Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Back at it here on a Tuesday morning. I don't want to look at that. Steve shared as he does on any given morning, a handful of stories. What just sent me this one. I'm reading it during the break, and yeah, sometimes he'll say some really intelligent things. Bill Maher, host of HBO's Real Time, he was spot on, blasting young people with their far left views. You know, things like, ranging from wanting to abolish the police to wanting to actually try communism in this country. Maher said, "Your ideas are stupid." This is during a segment where he highlighted how other countries respect their elders, whereas some in this country think the elderly are just in the way, or you're just not with the times. Times have changed, He says, the reason why advertisers in this country love the 18 to 34-year-old demographic? Because it's the most gullible. Yeah, a third of people under the age of 35 say they're in favor of abolishing the police. Not defunding, abolishing. I mean, doing away with the police force altogether, which is less of a policy position and more of a leg tattoo. 36% of millennials think it might be a good idea to try communism. Hey, you know what? Much of the world did try it. I know millennials think that doesn't count because they weren't alive when it happened, but it did happen. And there are people around who remember it, pining for communism. It's like pining for Betamax or MySpace. Anybody remember MySpace? So when you say you're old, you don't get it. Well, Get what? Abolish the police and abolish the border patrol? Abolish capitalism? Cancel Lincoln? No, I get it. The problem is that I don't get what you're saying, or that I'm old. Problem is your ideas are stupid. He went on to blast people who sit around on Twitch watching other people play video games and spend an excessive amount of time playing around on the smartphone. 20% of Gen Z agree with the statement. Society would be better off if all property was owned by the public and managed by the government. Another 29% say they don't know if it's a good idea. Mark concluded, here's who does know. Anyone who wasn't born yesterday. Well, there you go. Spot on with Bill Maher. All right, let's get back to your calls here. Robin is checking in this morning from Wisconsin. What's happening, Robin?
It's just Rob, sorry.
Well, good morning, Rob.
Steve.
Rob, yes, good to have you with us.
Thank you. I've been listening for a lot of years and don't get a chance to call in much, but I was going bananas when couldn't listen to your show in the middle of the night there for quite a while, and I'm not the most computer savvy guy out there at all. Then I recently took a trip out to Maryland with my son to pick up a vehicle that he had purchased, and I'm running the toll road, and we did it, it's like a 13-hour drive from Wisconsin, so we did it there and back, and driving through the night, I'm like, God darn it, I miss listening to your show. And I got a brother-in-law, I got an ex-brother-in-law that's real computer savvy, and I call him. I'm like, I got a mission for you. I go, you got to find this. So he next thing you know, he's sending me a link, and I figured out how to get the app on my phone so I could listen to your show. But I'm grateful to be listening again. You got on a topic last night real quick with horse feathers about your swimming pool. And years ago when my grandma was alive, she lived in town, and you were talking about having to pay for the sewer and the water all the time. My grandma was a avid outdoor gardener, and having to water her garden all the time from the spigot and watering her lawn and whatnot drove her bill up quite a bit. And I was able to contact the city, and I told them the situation, and I don't know if they do this where you are. They put a separate water meter on her outdoor spigot, so any water that came out of that spigot, she wouldn't have to pay sewer on, because technically it's just going in the ground.
Very interesting.
So that saved her a lot. Right. It saved her quite a bit of money. I could see paying the sewer for the water that goes down your drain, in the house.
Right.
But why? So maybe I don't know if you have something like that where you are or not, but it saved her quite a bit just by, any water coming out of her spigot, not having to pay sewer on that.
Yeah. When we lived in Georgia, we also had a pool there, and, I did. I called the water company there, and when you tell them we're filling the pool, that they did, they cut something off the bill for that particular month or whatever. Over the years here, I think I've called a couple of times, and they don't cut you any slack. I think that when I've called them, that's when they just tell you that, well, we do have a different rate in the summertime versus the wintertime for all the people. So supposedly, it's not as much for the water during the summer months, but I don't really notice a big difference in the bill,
Oh, well, I'm surprised, because 18,000 gallons, whatever you said it was quite a bit.
That's a lot of water. You are correct.
That's a lot. Right. It's a lot of water. Right. I have a friend of mine that lived in town that had a pool also, and his water meter was down in his basement. So he had rigged himself up a piece of pipe that was the exact same length as the water meter. And there was a union on both sides of the meter. So when he went to fill his pool, he'd undo the union on both sides of the meter and put the little piece of pipe in there instead, so the water wasn't going through the meter. Well, he'd fill his pool. And then he'd put the meter back in. He wasn't cheating on the system all the time, just only when he filled his pool.
Yeah.
And he said somehow as the years went on, the city must have got higher tech with their water leak findings or whatever, because the last year he did it, he was filling his pool, and next thing you know, the city workers are driving up and down the street in front of his house. There's gallons, and must have been looking for gallons and gallons of water that must be leaking somewhere that's not getting billed for. They must have thought they had a break under the ground somewhere, because nobody's meters were spinning on their house to account for the water that was going, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it scared him a little bit. So that was the last year he put the piece of pipe in to fill his pool.
Yeah, didn't want to get busted. I don't know what the fine would be for, for trying to rig the system or whatever, but
not worth it, probably. Right?
Probably not. Yeah.
But yeah, I just want to tell you about that. About the little, they might put a separate water meter on your outdoor spigot. Like I say, there's a lot of avid gardeners that have these big gardens and whatnot, and why should you pay the sewer for the water that's going right back in the ground?
Absolutely.
But,
well, Rob, I'm Rob,
okay,
rather.
Steve.
Rob, I'm glad you found us once again here, and great to have you with us. Have you tried Hot Shot Secret products in the past? Have you ever tried the product?
I have not actually. I'm not a diesel owner. I have referred it to a couple of my friends that have the diesel pickups.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an avid motor coat guy. I got my kids on the motor coat myself, and all my friends. That kind of leads to my next question. I was wondering if I haven't been listening, say, for back on with you again for probably maybe almost a month, but are you going to have Ed on your show at all, or no?
Well, Hot Shot Secret is what they call a direct competitor with the likes of Motor Coat and all the other oil additive companies. You take your pick in the automotive aisle, because they make all the products that the others make. Mm-hmm. But since you haven't tried it, I'm gonna get a code for you. You can go to the Hot Shot Secret website. Even if you don't have to have a diesel, because they also have the automobile. They've got get you some stiction eliminator and some gasoline extreme for your automobile.
Okay.
All righty. Get you a $60 code. You get whatever you want from the website. Shipping will be included on that, and you can try it out. All right.
I will do that.
Very good. Well, thank you so much for the call, Rob. Yes, good to have you with us. And share it with your friends. Let them know where you can find it. OvernightDriveRadio.com. See, one at a time. About 15 before the hour. So, good call. It is 844-844-3388. Couple of other industry headlines. Let me jump over to here. This past day, Monday, the FMCSA expressing concern over the disproportionate involvement of large trucks in fatal crashes in construction zones. Maybe we're talking about New York, and the blitz that started this past day goes all this week. For 2021, this is National Work Zone Awareness Week. The FMCSA issued a statement calling for all drivers to share work zones safely. Pay attention to the signs, allow extra space, stay alert in those construction areas. Fatal crashes occurring in work zones. It's tragic, and it's absolutely preventable, they say. According to the FMCSA's deputy administrator, I'm especially concerned that large trucks continue to have a disproportional involvement in fatal crashes occurring in those work zones. 33%, when large trucks comprise roughly 5% of the vehicular traffic. Don't allow yourself to become distracted. Slow down, obey the signs, obey the instructions, the flaggers, be courteous and safe. Give every vehicle extra space. Highway workers equally depend on you for their safety. Now, the FMCSA went on to say they'll be paying special attention to safety awareness efforts in Florida, Georgia, Texas, which have some of the highest rates of work zone crashes involving large trucks in the country. In these states, drivers are going to be hearing public service announcements. They'll see safety messaging on billboards as they approach work zones. According to the Federal Highway Administration, in 2019, 842 people died in highway work zone crashes, compared to 757 the year before that. That's like an 11.2% increase, the largest percentage increase of highway work zone fatalities this century. All right, that is rather disproportionate when you look at the number of truck traffic versus the automobiles in the work zones. So there you have it. Slow down. I don't know, we've talked how many times about in this era with the electronic logging device, and you couple it with the 14-hour clock that's ticking. So many drivers feel this push. They don't want to slow down in the construction zones. Got to keep rolling. Got to keep rolling. What's happening, Chevy Guy?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Well, when you also think about this, fines are doubled in the work zones. We're only rolling with 6 points on our license to lose. The average motorist is 12 points. So you get nailed in a work zone, you might lose your ability to work. You'll lose your license. They'll take all your points. In all fairness, some of them people that work out there in them work zones is dumb as a box of rocks. Day before yesterday, Saturday. All right, I'm rolling along, and here I can. The guy's got the sign up says slow, and he's leaning on the sign. He ain't even looking, but I can see the cars coming at me, and they have one lane blocked off, and you can see cars, trucks coming at me, and he's standing, leaning there on that sign saying slow, basically go on.
Yeah.
He actually waved me on. And I thought, I pointed out my windshield at what was coming, and he finally flipped it over to stop.
Whoops.
My biggest beef. Yeah. I mean, I've actually been on the 2-lane road, get stopped, and the doggone guy stops me. I guess he decided to stop at the truck. Yeah, they're repairing the guardrails on a bridge. I clearly see there is nothing coming. There's not even that. There's not a backhoe or nothing on the job site that needs to come, but he stops the truck. There's nothing coming from the other side. And I'm sitting there. It follows through. I finally beat my horn. I point down the road. He turns around, looks, and turns it over to go. But the biggest beef I've got, and is you go into these construction zones, especially at night, and they've increased the power on these on the police cars, the lights, construction zone lights be right in your eyes. You're having to cover your eyes just to see where you're going. And then you got the numbnuts just walk right out in front of you. If they didn't have the blaze or the stripes on their coats, you would have never seen them.
Yep.
So I think it all goes to that. I agree that trucks do not slow down in the speed zones. Knucklebuster's right. If it says 40, I'm going to do 40. If it said 35, I'm going to do 35. I swear to you, they come rolling up, trucks come rolling up behind you, right up on your bumper. So if something does happen, you have to hit your brake because a worker backs out. Like one time he was pulling something out from under the machine, and he was backing up on his hands and knees, his rake or whatever he had. He actually come from the other side of the barrel. If I wasn't watching, I'd have probably run over his legs.
Wow.
I had to slam on my brakes. The things that's happened, it burns me to hear that New York's going to pull Roscoe P. Coltrane, and them boys going to be walking around with a styrofoam fire plug. You know what I mean? Trying to trick people. the whole idea is enforcement is not to catch. To me, it's to try to encourage people to do what's right. I mean, it's one thing to stand a man there in a work uniform and then him whip out a speed detector. It's another thing to set a doggone cruiser right there inside, and I mean, if a man goes by a full-blown cruiser and it doesn't slow down, he needs ticketed because he's not paying attention. But this sneaking stuff really burns me. And, I've got family in law enforcement, so I'm pro law enforcement. But to me, I think unmarked cruisers, unless, on the highways being used to pass out tickets, hiding behind billboards and all that stuff, it does not help the police. To me, it instills a little bit of anger, and they don't need that right now. And I'm glad I don't run New York. But yeah, we all need to be safe out there. And I want to pass this on. I've been using that joke at the heat wave thrown out there from Big Ed, I guess.
Yeah.
And the monkey and the 8 ball. It's been a great hit.
That's pretty good.
From Big Ed, he comes up with some good ones. He ain't got enough guts to get on the radio and pass them out himself, I guess. But all right, we're gonna sit back and copy the mail. And but right now, my biggest issue in construction zones is them lights. I mean, you come up there and I've got these transitional glasses, and sometimes I think whenever them bright lights are hitting them, my glasses turn dark. And here I am going, when I get on the other side of them lights, it just seems like my vision is a little, it's darker. But I've called in before over the same thing when that officer got hit. Those lights that they've got on now, which I'm glad my grandson's got them on his car. That way people ain't going to run into him. But at night, if you you just can't see.
Yeah.
You cannot see. You got 2 or 3 of them on either side of the road. I turn my flashers on. I turn my brights on, and I creep down past them, folks, because I cannot see anything coming at me, and I do not have night blindness. So I don't know if it's because we set up higher than an automobile, and they just never give consideration to that. But just like Big Ed said, Knucklebuster said, just slow down in these construction zones. If they have to, go slower. Make sure you get through them, because anything that happens in them construction zones, it's going to cost you twice as much.
No.
Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail. Tim Board?
I've got one question for you, Chevy guy.
Yes, sir.
Did you get like a new headset or something?
No, I'm sitting here at the fuel island.
Okay. I mean, on a normal night, there's quite a bit of background noise, and I don't know if that's just, I don't know if you're rolling down the highway with the window down, or you got a lot of noise in the cab of your truck, but it's a whole lot quieter tonight.
Yeah, this Detroit this Mercedes isn't very quiet, and yeah, I'm sitting here. I just fired it up, and I'm sitting here idling. So,
okay, all right.
I'm trying, and yeah, they're just $4.99 earbuds out of Walmart. Tim Moore.
All righty, okay. Just thought I'd ask. All right, be safe out there, Chevy guy. Anybody else notice the difference? Definitely. All right, let me jump over here, see who all checking in this morning. Dale checks in from Jacksonville, Florida, where it's 71 degrees, clear skies. Let's have a great night, everybody. Let's keep Steve awake. Take care. You got it. Thank you, Dale. Jay says, I'm watching live. Thanks for checking in. Todd, good morning from Wapakoneta, Ohio, 60 degrees. And that super moon is shining bright. Yeah, it is the full moon tonight. That is correct. Y'all have a great day. Stay safe. Tank checks in. Good morning, Steve. Happy Tuesday. Windy, 56 degrees here in Arizona. Rolling west across I-40. Everybody be safe. Have a great day. Scott, good morning all from Nashville, headed for Columbus, Ohio tonight. Rolf is with us. Rolf Pullman here from Sydney, where it's Tuesday, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 68 degrees or 20 degrees Celsius. Hey, so I know we've got our friend Sylvester there in the land down under, so we got another listening friend over on the other side of the pond. Good to have you with us, Rolf. Zorro checks in. Good morning. Pappy's out there with us. Full moon. Yep, you are correct. Scott says clear 71 degrees in Newton, Iowa here. Bill checking in from Lake Murray, South Carolina, where it's 57 degrees. David in Alabama headed to Baton Rouge. Good morning, Steve Sommers, Overnight Drive Nation. Car number 15, morning from Race City, USA, 54, clear. A clear moonlit night. And Marianne says, we're having a heat wave in Ohio. That's great. Some of our listening friends checking in here on a Tuesday morning. All right, let's see here. We only have about a minute before we get to our top of the hour news update, so we'll hold off, get back to your calls just ahead. We've got several lines available. It's 844-844-3388. Little update on the whole recount thing in the state of Arizona, Maricopa County. If you tune into the likes of CNN or MSNBC this past day, they're all highlighting this as a sham recount. You know, like what's the purpose of even doing it anyway? Well, the purpose is to try and find out whether or not there were some improprieties that took place back in November. Yeah, I guess their mindset is we're 100 days into the Biden administration. What's the use? Kind of like, I guess, when Hillary said, well, what difference does it make now? Well, it's because the people want the truth. The update is lawyers for Cyber Ninja. That's the company from Florida that's been hired by Arizona to head or lead the recount, are asking the court to keep the recount procedures secret, out of the public view. That request comes as the Arizona Democrat Party and Maricopa County Supervisor filed a lawsuit against the state Senate to stop the recount altogether. They're saying it violates a number of election laws. Cyber Ninja has been hired to recount the 2.1 million general election ballots there in Maricopa County. All right, let's see. The judge last week asked the company to turn over the specific procedures amid questions about the voter privacy and the security of the ballots there. The company argued that move would kind of compromise the recount and divulge what they call protected trade secrets. They went on to say the documents are covered by legislative privilege. All right, let's see. Maricopa's county election results. You got this one of the Democrat Party, I think it's the county supervisor. Let's see. This is a simple case that asks for simple relief. Lawyers for the Senate, Republicans, have said this case should be thrown out because of legislative immunity. Lawmakers cannot be sued during the legislative session, according to the report. All right, so I guess they have gone on. They're proceeding with the recount there in Maricopa County. News update, more to come as we roll into a Tuesday. Great to have you with us. It's Steve Sommers, Overnight Drive Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC says that a growing number of Americans have skipped the second dose of their COVID vaccination. Nearly 30% of Americans have been fully vaccinated, but the CDC says more than 5 million Americans have gotten their first shot and intentionally missed the second. Officials worry that the recent pause in the use of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, as well as reports of allergic reactions to the shots in some, have made people more wary about receiving both inoculations. The latest data shows that about 140 million people, more than 42% of all Americans, have received at least one dose of COVID vaccine. And the Census Bureau has announced the first set of data from the 2020 census, with the U.S. population now topping 331 million. The population grew 7.35% since 2010, the slowest growth rate since the 1930s. The number also illustrating a population shift that could alter the look of Congress in 2022. Texas will gain 2 seats in the House of Representatives, one of 6 states to gain a seat. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Jay Schrader, Super Bowl 22 champion and former Raiders quarterback. Playing professional football for 11 years beat my body up pretty bad. I've had so many surgeries on my neck, back, and shoulders and knees, I've just learned to live with constant discomfort. I tried so many products, some worked for a little while, but nothing gave me total relief until one day, a golfing buddy introduced me to sonsoflibertycbd.com. I used their CBD Muscle Ease, rubbed it on my hands and neck, and wow, what did it do for me? I immediately began using their other products, and I have golfed pain-free for the first time in many years. I've reached out to Sons of Liberty CBD and visited their operation from farm to factory. Folks, this team walks the walk. Their motto is, for vets, by vets. I shared the product with my friend Wayne Allen Root, and now he's a fan of sonsoflibertycbd.com. Wayne's fans will receive a 15% discount using code WAR15 at checkout. I've told all my NFL buddies about sonsoflibertycbd.com, and now I'm telling you. Go to sonsoflibertycbd.com. When it works for you, like it did for me, we both win.
The Supreme Court will hear a case over gun rights in New York. Lance Pry has the story.
The Supreme Court agreed on Monday to hear an appeal to extend gun rights in the United States in a New York case over the right to carry a firearm in public for self-defense. Paul Clement, representing challengers to New York's permit law, said the court should use the case to settle the issue once and for all. The justices reported Monday that they will review a lower court ruling that upheld New York's restrictive gun permit law. The case will probably be argued in the fall. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And an effort to recall California Governor Gavin Newsom has collected enough signatures to put a vote of confidence in the governor on the ballot. That vote will happen by the end of the year, most likely in the fall. More than 1.6 million signatures were verified by the Secretary of State's office. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
On the back of a rebound in travel demand, Dallas-based American Airlines is resuming hiring pilots. Last year, American's pilot numbers shrunk as the airline grappled with a fall in demand. Now the airline is preparing for a busy summer. Western Michigan University Dean David Powell tells Fox News that all across the country we're seeing a shortage in pilots.
Oh, they're all announcing they're going to start hiring immediately. So it's really interesting. Before, there was a tremendous need, and now with the shortfalls and the early buyouts that they had, it's just going to get worse.
And with these new pilots comes sometimes zero experience, according to Dean.
We actually have students that have never been in an airplane before, then decided they want to be an airline pilot. So for us, it's a boon. In fact, we have more students than we can actually handle right now.
The fire situation is critical in parts of the country due to high winds. Winds up to 65 miles an hour and humidity as low as 5% are creating the bad fire conditions from eastern Arizona to South Dakota. Meantime, a storm system is expected to dump heavy snow from California's Sierra Nevada range to the Colorado Rockies. The Biden administration is going to provide nutrition assistance to over 30 million children over the summer. Officials saying the funding from the American Rescue Plan will go towards feeding low-income children of all ages. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Round number 2 as we roll into a Tuesday here. Let's see, got an email from Rob. We talked to Rob here a few minutes ago in Wisconsin. He says, hey, Steve, Rob from Wisconsin. I just called. Hopefully I didn't get into trouble for mentioning the other guy. I'd love to try some of the Hot Shot Secret products. I'm always looking to improve fuel economy, take better care of my vehicles. You mentioned a code, and we were cut off somehow. Yeah, $60 is a lot. I greatly appreciate it. So looking forward to hearing from you and mostly glad to be listening once again. Yeah, well, we're glad to have you with us. Rob, yeah, since you're kind of new with us here or just found us again, the way that's going to work is I took down your cell number, your phone number when you called us. I'm assuming that was a cell. And I'll email that cell phone number to Kyle at the headquarters there in Mount Gilead, Ohio, and he'll text you a code that you can input when you go to the hotshotsecret.com website. And when you input that code, it'll take $60 off your order. And again, the shipping will be totally covered. So if you bought $55 worth, you'd pay nothing. If you bought $70 worth, you'd only pay $10. You know what I mean? So yeah, we'll be watching for that code maybe later today. Later Tuesday, if I remember to email him. Sometimes I forget that first morning to email him, but I'll get that to him. Just watch your text messages. Very good. All righty, let's get back to the calls here quickly. Curtis, I believe, joins us from Maryland this morning. Hi, Curtis.
Hi, sir. A.K.A. Blind Man from Salisbury.
What's going on from Salisbury?
Well, Lone Ranger, he used to always have his top 10 list.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you could have a good smoke if you would get a copy of his top 10s and play them. You could probably have 2 or 3 cigarettes.
Yeah.
So it's never always good. Do you happen to have a way you can get them?
Oh, no, absolutely not. No, that was from the previous employer, and that would all be in their archives somewhere. But nope, wouldn't have access. We do on occasion hear from Lone Ranger. Every once in a while, when he wakes up in the middle of the night, he'll dial us up.
So like me, quote kiss creatures of the night.
Yeah.
I do miss the top 10 list that he would do.
Yeah, when I get I'll have to send him out a message on Facebook or something and tell him, hey, the audience wants a top 10 list. You got to come up with something.
Yeah, they were always cool, especially could you see what they would be right now.
Exactly. Yep.
Well, hey, good luck to your son. May he stay healthy, wise, and on alert. Because my father, he was a police officer for about 20 years, and they gave him no respect. I mean, they busted his glasses one time, and he said he played basketball with the gentleman's head on the hood of the car. But, you got to give the police officer respect.
No two ways about it. Yep.
And like I said, I've been stopped. I'm, like I said, legally blind, so I walk. And I've been stopped 2 times in my life. And when they ask for my ID, I pull my wallet out and I show it to them real quick. because I do not want to ride in the back seat.
I got you. Well, Curtis, great to have you with us here this morning, and maybe we'll hear from Lone Ranger. You never know when he'll pop in. So have a great morning there in Salisbury, Maryland. I guess, yeah, you're going to get ready for the warm-up. Come Wednesday, you're going to be hot there in Maryland. Speaking of the weather, AccuWeather has they have what they call the AccuWeather School and pop quiz. Can you get a sunburn on a cool, sunny April day? Well, if you answered no, would you have said yes if the month was August rather than April? Actually, you can get a sunburn on a cool, sunny day in April or August. Outside temperature has nothing to do with getting a sunburn. It's more about the month versus, how strong the sun is. The strength of the sun's rays reaching you right now are pretty much just as strong this time of year as they are in mid to late August. So you can just as easily get a sunburn today as you can late in the summer. It is possible to get a sunburn on a sunny day when it's 40 degrees outside, as well as a sunny day when it's 80 degrees. It's actually even possible to get a sunburn in the wintertime, especially in the high elevations. So, all right, this little pop quiz is more for those living in the northern hemisphere. It's fall for our friends south of the equator. They need to worry about getting a sunburn on a cool, sunny spring day when October rolls around in that region of the world. So there you go, pop quiz. Let's see, what's going on with Pappy this morning?
Good evening, Steve. Holy moly. Knucklebuster said a speeding ticket is $500. Where was that at? New Jersey? Where did he say he was at?
I can't remember where he said, but yeah,
or Philly?
That made me say, "Whoa, that's steep."
Wow, man! I'll tell you, Steve. I can remember speeding tickets when I first came out to the road was $35. I think they're $145 now. Steve, I ain't wrote a ticket in probably 2 years.
Wow.
that ain't no lie. You have to be doing something really, really stupid, and most of my squad's that way, man. You got to be doing something really stupid right in front of them for them to pull you over, and actually give you a ticket. Man, I'll share this with you. Man, it was a long time ago. I worked a couple hours overtime, and I'm just waiting to go in. It's a Sunday morning. It's about 8 o'clock in the morning, and I just working a few hours over after somebody called in sick, just trying to kill time to head home. So I'm sitting out there on 74 at the 3 Mile Post. There's hardly any traffic. Like I said, it's a Sunday morning, and man, I see this white streak come up kind of over this hill a little bit. It's not really a hill, just an upgrade a little bit. And I can tell, man, that he is hammered down. I turned the radar on, right? It said 115 miles an hour. And that tone was just pinging, man, So I turn it off, turn it back on again to make sure my eyes weren't playing games with me. Yeah. Sure enough, now it was 116. And Steve, he passed me. I was sitting at the turnaround there, and he automatically pulled over. He was pulling over before I could even get out and turn them overheads on. So I walk up to him, and it's a middle-aged guy. He said, "Officer," he said, "Man, I just bought this new white Corvette, right? I think this is in 2000. I believe it was a 2000 Corvette. Just bought this brand new Corvette." He goes, "I've been waiting for the perfect time just to get this thing out and see what it would do." you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I go back and run him, and, you know, doesn't really have any history, some traffic history. That's about it. I come walking up, hand him his driver's license back, and he's standing there looking at me dumbfounded because I don't have a ticket book in my hand. Right?
Yeah.
And he just looks at me and he says, "You mean to tell me you're not going to give me a ticket?" I said, "No, sir, because I would have done the same damn thing." I suggest you take that home and put it in the garage, Joe. He goes, "Yes, sir." Oh, man. Grilled out some hamburgers today, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. How about that? Might do it again tomorrow at that time of year. Hey, I got a tip for you. I'm filling that pool up. Need to call your buddy Larry Stone. Get him to hook you up, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
Every once in a while, every once in a while when you're driving through this subdivision, what might you see? Fire department out there by the fire hydrants, right?
Yeah, it is.
Bleeding them lines, Steve. They do it all the time. You know what I'm saying? Is there a fire hydrant close to your house there?
Yeah, sure enough, yeah.
There you go, man. Place a little, get somebody, a buddy in the fire department there to say, "Hey, man, I think that fire hydrant out there needs to be bled." They'll just toss a line up there and dump the other end in that pool and fill that thing up lickety-split. That's coming off the county line, too, not yours. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so I don't know.
There you go. Larry, if you're listening, hook him up, man. Come on.
Would there not be some legal ramifications for that, Pappy?
No, man. Come on.
Okay.
They do it anyway. They do it anyway.
Okay.
You know. Hey, Horse Feathers brought something up. I don't know, it was a week or so ago. Talking about, you know, cops giving other cops breaks. And, you know, yeah, we do. And, well, it's a penny. You know, if it's just a minor speeding ticket or something, you know, I'm not going to give another cop a speeding ticket. Come on, man. And there's a reason for that, Steve. If I got somebody pulled over on the side of the road and I'm working, the next thing I know, I'm fighting this guy. And a cop drives by and he's off duty, he's going to stop and help.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to put them blinders on and just keep on rolling past. And I'm not saying, you know, all civilians will do that because I know better. But a lot will, you know. So, yeah, it is a brotherhood, you know, because, you know, they got your back. If something goes down, they will have your back, you know. So he's right to an extent, you know, but you can look at it this way too, Steve. I'm out there sitting there running radar, which I don't do anymore. But if I was out there on the highway, and I pulled Mr. Steve Sommers over for going a little fast, do you think Mr. Steve Sommers would begin to take?
I hope not.
You would hope not, right?
Yeah.
People do it all the time, man. You know, they get pulled over. Hey, you know, Pappy, try and get out of a ticket.
Uh-huh.
You know, it's normal, man. It happens. It's no big deal. All right, Steve, that's all my BS for one night.
All right. Thanks for
Get ready to
checking
go back
in.
to work here Wednesday.
Oh,
yes, sir.
The time flies, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Hard to believe.
It's, you know, it's just getting up and walking out the door. You know, once you're there, it's okay. But it's just getting motivated to walk out the door, man.
Well, good to hear from you, Pappy. Let me lay this one on you. Wow. He's talking about I said, let me do a quick search here. Where's the most expensive violations for speeding? Looks like you do not want to get caught speeding in Nevada. Let's see. This is from automotivefleet.com from 2019. It says the maximum fine for first-time speeders in Nevada is $1,000, the highest penalty in the country and more than triple any other state, according to the analysis from Go Banking Rates. The study compared the cost of a ticket for traveling 13 miles per hour over the posted speed limit for a first-time offender and assuming no additional fees. And they established a ranking of the expected cost state by state. Alaska came in second with a maximum penalty of $300 for first-time violators. Mississippi was third, first-time penalties ranging from $150 to $300. Other states that ranked among the top 5 for highest fines included New York at $300, Arizona at $250. While several states slap speed demons hard, others are relatively easy on violators. They found Oklahoma had the lowest penalties for speeding. Now, while driving more than 35 over the limit will get you a fine of $200 in the Sooner State, fines for going 20 miles per hour or less over the limit are all under $35. Alabama, second lowest in the nation. Fines for speeding are $20 for violations 25 miles per hour or less over the posted limit, $40 for violations over $25. New Mexico ranks third lowest, with the average penalty being $30. Approximately 41 million speeding tickets are issued in the country every year. But experts say the persistent problem of speeding is not being addressed effectively. All right. Obviously, data shows vehicles traveling at higher speeds are more likely to experience collisions because it takes longer to stop or slow down. But every day, people drive faster than the speed limit, and if the limit's raised, they'll go faster still. Research shows when speed limits are raised, speeds typically just go up. Since 1995, maximum speed limits have been on the rise. Right now, again, from 2019, 6 states have a maximum speed of 80 miles per hour. Another 12 have a maximum of 75 miles per hour. Only Texas has a few stretches allowing speeds as high as 85 miles per hour. That's getting it. What do you say, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. Doesn't Montana have a couple of spots there that are opened up at a pretty high rate of speed? Like 80, 85?
I know,
thought they were.
There was a point in time when they actually took a cap off the speed limits. They didn't have a top speed. You just had to go what you want for conditions. But yeah, I think they canceled that a few years ago.
Yeah, I think so too. I was going to say I thought they didn't have a speed limit, but as you say, I think it had to be reasonable and prudent for the, as you say, the conditions and time of day and moose and elk and reindeer and whatever else might be in the highway. You certainly don't want to be catching one of them there at a high rate of speed. But anyways, so with Pappy there, I wasn't saying anything against the Brotherhood. I was just saying it's out there, and if you're not part of it, then you don't get the same deal as being as in the in crowd. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, because every group should have their own brotherhood, their own backs. I mean, truck drivers should have their own backs for other truck drivers. Firemen should have it for firemen. Police should have it for police. I mean, you should have that camaraderie. I know your son had it in the Army. And there's all the different branches there, and they all have the camaraderie between themselves. But when it comes to being out there with the bullets flying, they're all brothers, no matter which one of the 5 branches they're in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, here So I was kind of half watching the news because we got a guy coming tomorrow morning to clean the carpets. And so we were picking a bunch of stuff up, trying to move stuff from one spot to another. You can imagine what that's like. Just, you already got too much crap as it is, and now we're just moving crap around. But so the NBC News said something that there was another shooting there, I guess. Somebody had a cell phone or something they were holding above their head in the dark, and of course, the officer can't determine whether it's a cell phone or what is that thing? Oh, yeah, a gun. So he's holding it above his head, and he got no idea what he's doing with it, and he ends up shooting him. Did you know the NBC News called that an execution?
Really?
I'm not sure where it happened or not, but now we're to the point that these shootings are being called executions now. So that's not going to divide anything, is it?
No, of course not. No, it's.
I tell you, between this COVID-19 virus, and we're dragging that on for as long as we can, and now we're talking about what's happening over in India and how bad it is there. We're just never going to let it go. It's the same way with these shootings. It's just anytime they get a chance to find something that's like just one after another, they just keep digging up of this and that. And it's just, I guess that we have to have this big news, and every day they look for a different term to make it more dramatic of how the upcoming story is going to be. I guess I'm not surprised. I guess I've kind of been in the back of my mind. I've been waiting for something to come down the line as on the line of execution, but that was, they did it. They got it out there now. So what do you think they can do next? I mean, I don't know. So for Ranger there in his top 10 list, I guess he could do a good one there on Dr. Fauci. Maybe he could do a top 10 list on Dr. Fauci. That'd be kind of interesting.
That would be good. Yeah, Dr. Fauci, maybe Kamala Harris. That'd be a good one.
Yep. And I came up with another way for you with the water there. Now, what Pappy said wouldn't be bad, but you got to make sure your water main's been flushed there and the water's kind of clear, because if you got any, if the water hasn't been run at any high rate, you go to take water out of a hydrant like that, it'll take the rust scale off.
It's going to be nasty brown. Well, that's why they go out and bleed them, I think, right? They kind of clean them out, right?
Well, yeah, they try to flush them a little bit just to make sure they have good flow and everything, but they don't do it often enough, and you don't have enough flow up through the hydrant itself to get all the rust scale out. So you run quite a few thousands of gallons of water through them, and that's why people that haul water, they use specific hydrants, because those hydrants are active hydrants, and they don't usually have any of the rust scale come out of the water main with them. But if you go to a non-active hydrant, the first, 50, 80, 100,000 gallons of water will be pretty nasty brown.
Now, when they first start bleeding them, you can see the color that comes out of them. It's nasty. Yeah, and all that rust.
Yeah. So you certainly don't want that. So what you need to do is you need to get your whole garden hose all set up. And before you come on the air at midnight, take the end there with that female end that you normally hook up to the spigot on your house, run over to your neighbor's house and hook it up, turn it on. And then while you got the show going for 5 hours, you got the water running. And then when you get done with the show at 5 o'clock in the morning, run back over to your neighbor's house and grab the end of the hose off of his house and take it back over to your house, but just leave the valve turned off. And your neighbor will think you filled up your pool overnight with your water, and he won't know that you used his.
Till he gets his bill.
And he'll wonder what's going on with his water bill. Yeah. You'd be like, hey, Martha, what have you been doing in the bathroom lately? But anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about all we got going for you. You were talking about sunburn there from the sun.
Yeah.
And different, the rate, the intensity of that. So with this super moon out here tonight, is there any chance of me getting a moon burn? Because I tell you what, it's pretty bright out here. It's. I feel like I'm up in Alaska. 16 hours of daylight up there.
Yeah.
I can't even tell if I have my headlights on right now.
It's the pink moon. Yeah, that is quite the moonlit night through much of the country. All right, so of course everybody set their DVR to record the Oscars Sunday night, right? No, okay. No, apparently nobody did, and hardly anyone actually tuned in. I'm not a bit surprised. You reckon Hollywood maybe is getting the message that these awards shows have become way too politicized and way too woke is the word in society today? Too many of these Hollywood elite and the average people out here have no interest in hearing what they have to say. You know, they knew the numbers were going to be down, but they had no idea they were going to be this bad. Bad numbers. Worst ever. We'll give you more on that ahead. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A state of emergency has been declared in Elizabeth City, New Jersey. This after the attorney for Andrew Brown Jr.'s family, Benjamin Crump, told reporters outside the Elizabeth City Police Station that they were supposed to see the full body cam video on Monday, but that they're being stonewalled. Jones Jr. was shot by police last week as they were trying to serve a warrant. Protests continuing Monday. NAACP president of Elizabeth City, Keith Rivers, telling Fox News he wants the protests to remain peaceful.
We're going to continue to advocate peaceful protests. That's why we ask everybody to go home and take a deep breath.
For the first time ever, California will lose one seat in the U.S. House of Representatives based on census data that was released on Monday. Texas is gaining 2 seats. Florida and a handful of other states will gain 1. USA Radio News.
Why do you think bank presidents and jewelry store owners trust ADT to protect their homes and businesses? Because they feel safe, and you can too. How would you like to monitor your home from fire, floods, and yes, robberies without even being there right from your smartphone? That is peace of mind. You may even save money on your homeowner's insurance just by having an ADT system installed. And there's even a money-back guarantee. How about that? We guarantee 100% satisfaction. You have nothing to risk. Why do you think people who have so much to protect trust ADT? Because it works. Call right now for a free quote. We'll even give you a free gift for calling. So pick up your phone and call Protect Your Home, an ADT authorized premier provider now.
800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. That's 800-818-0191.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, just how bad were the numbers? The 93rd Academy Awards. You know, Hollywood's biggest night. Not so big. According to the numbers released by Nielsen, the 93rd Academy Awards were watched by a mere 9.85 million people. A dismal rating of 1.9 among the 18 to 49-year-old demographic. That is an all-time low for what is Hollywood's biggest night. And it was an all-time low by a huge margin. The previous record low was last year, matter of fact. But this year, down about 58% from even last year's all-time low. Boy, bad numbers, 9.85 million. Years of declining results in general. Yeah, that not-so-big night. They've got to have advertisers, that pay good money, big money for these supposedly big platforms. But if you're not getting the audience, what are they going to be able to charge for something like that? A 1.9 rating? All right, Hollywood, did you get the message? The average person is just tired of all these Hollywood elites getting up there on the stage and preaching to us. Okay, hello to the inbred redneck.
Well, buddy, I'm here to line it all out for you tonight, buddy. I'm here to explain everything to you. And, buddy, I made a little something for you. And I'll send you an email on it, buddy, and give you all the stuff.
Okay.
I think you'll be able to take a big, long smoke break one night. I'll put it that way, if you choose to. But anyway, buddy, I tell you what, people are, doubting and worrying about the crypto market, Steve. It's nothing to worry about. This is the same old song and dance that's happened a million times over. I've seen the same thing in 2017 into 2018. And matter of fact, I was one of the big dummies that bought Bitcoin at $6,000, Steve. $6,000 in 2018. Look where it's at now.
Yeah.
I got 2 of them, and I'm happy. I got 2 Bitcoins. I'm happy, and we're just gonna ride it out. Got a bunch of Dogecoin, but what is happening right now? A lot of the guys that have been holding on to this stuff for years, like me, are dumping it off to get their money out of it. They're saying, hey, this big peak, we're going to dump it off. It's going to drop down. I'll just buy back in later. once it dips as far as I want it to dip, and give me a good little price there, wait another 4 or 5 years, and sell out again. That's just the way the game goes, buddy. And but the really interesting thing with Dogecoin is that there was a guy researched the wallet, the biggest wallet in the world of Dogecoin, has like 1 billion in it. Well, for the past week, somewhere in there, that guy has been dumping 1 million Dogecoin on the market every day. So it is bound to make the price go down. It surprised me that it has maintained at 30, 26 cents, somewhere in there.
It's
but as soon
running at 27. I just pulled it up. It's running 27 cents.
Yeah. It's been bouncing a little bit there, but a lot of people are theorizing that this big wallet is actually Binance, which is one of the big trading platforms for cryptocurrency.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be a big surprise to find that all out, but the big thing with Dogecoin, they was trying to get on Binance. They still are, but Elon Musk come out and said, if the big time holders would, get out of it and let the small guys into it, that he would probably buy into it. So sounds like me. He's playing a swap game. You're too big of a holder. Let me grab a hold of it and take your portion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
Sometimes it can be a bit insane, but you just got to sit back and watch and enjoy it, and don't put any money into it that you can't afford to lose. And I know a lot of people are saying, well, it's this price and that price. Well, you got to think about the future. Just think about the future when you get it and go for it. But, buddy, let me tell you something. Friday night was a rough night for me.
What happened?
Oh, buddy. Friday evening, I was cruising across 40 down there in Tennessee. I started getting a little bit of pain in my back. I said, oh, man, this ain't no good. I knew what it was, a kidney stone.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and it just kept on getting worse and worse and worse. Well, I get up there to the house in Kentucky, get out of the truck. I got the awfulest urge it ever was. I said, man, I hadn't thrown up since, 10 years ago when I quit drinking, There I am, hurling over the porch, Not only did that happen once, but it happened 8 times within about 3 hours, buddy. And I had to go. Had the crack open, the old pint of bourbon, put that down me. That didn't help any. So I ended up going to the doctor. He said, yeah, you got one in there. I said, yeah, I know it. He said, go home, drink plenty of water. So I got beer because I knew it works, So I just drunk beer there all Saturday, finally Sunday morning. Popped out, buddy.
You finally passed it.
But, yeah, buddy, I tell you what, it's rough. You truck drivers out there, you get a pain in your back. Don't disregard it because it can really haunt you. But you'll know it if you ever had a kidney stone before. You know it. Yeah, buddy. But I was thinking about your swimming pool, buddy.
Yeah.
Steve, I think I got a plan here, buddy. Now, I don't know exactly the distance from your house to the Ohio River, but I'm thinking, buddy, we can get a few tanker trucks up there. Buddy, we can have that thing filled up. I'll bring a pump up there, and we'll have you lined out, Steve. I mean,
if I'm going to get water out of the Ohio River, I might as well hook up to the neighbor's septic tank.
Oh my God! Well, it's awful clean over. It's awful clean over here in Kentucky when it starts out over here, buddy. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've seen that green water rolling.
Yeah.
You rename your pool the typhoid pool, Steve. Yeah, but I tell you what, Steve, the world of medication has come along quite a way. When I went to that doctor, he said, man, we got some stuff here, man. He said, it'll take all that pain away. I said, oh, you're crazy. I said, I don't do no narcotics or nothing like that. He said, oh, it ain't nothing like that, man. He said, it's non-narcotic. And he gave that stuff to me. It was called Toradol, buddy. And it took every drop of pain away. There was no sluggishness or, I don't know if you've ever had to have a surgery or anything like that.
Yeah.
Went through all that. But it wasn't none of that stuff. You wasn't in and out of the fog or anything like that. I mean, if they got that stuff, they need to be piping that stuff into the drug rehab, cleaning up some of these people, helping out the country. That's the first doctor that's really done me a favor in a long time since that guy slapped me on the butt years ago. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah, but I've got big news for the audience, Steve. For years, people have sat and wondered exactly what Hogzilla looks like. You know what, Steve? I said it's time to share the joy. And I posted a picture of me and Hogzilla on the internet.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, it's on the same platform you're on right now, buddy. The YouTube.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to find it. I'm not going to make it easy. Steve. But they're going to have to find it. I don't want the big reveal to happen off your show, Steve. So, but it's all in the big information, buddy. Me and Hogzilla all hugged up tight there, buddy. And as soon as I send that out to you, you're going to love it. You're going to show it to the viewing audience. You probably have a poster of it up right there, right behind your head. But the one thing I've always wondered, Steve, ever since you got on the YouTube, buddy, is what is in that door over there to the left?
Oh, that's my Eiffel Tower.
No, behind the door. Is that where you keep the princess or are you gun cabinet or what, Steve? What you got going on over there? The door with the black on it, bro.
Well, one of them goes out to my smoker's lounge.
Well, I figured that was with the curtains. I know how it is, Steve. I'm a smoker too. You don't want to go through great stress before you get your dose of nicotine and bog down your heart. So you just pull the curtains back and walk into the smoking lounge, right, buddy?
Exactly, right?
Right. But yeah, it's been a crazy world. Did you see that stuff there, buddy? They had, who was that cat? There. They had a Wheeling feller up there in Portland. There. Last year he was saying, oh, Lord, let these people protest. They're not hurting anything. It's going to be the summer of love up here.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, now he's asking people of the community to help out, to go out and try to identify these people that's been tearing up his town. You know, it seems like to me, if I was those people in Portland, I wouldn't even bother with it. It's like Chicken Little saying the sky's falling. Well, the sky was falling, but you denied it, Chicken Little. It's like a super oxymoron or something here. He's a moron, to tell you the truth, Steve. But yeah, it's all politics, buddy. It's really sick to see that go on. And now almost all the cops are quitting in droves out of all the major metropolitan areas, you know. And I can't blame them. I'd get out of there too, go to some little small town in Nebraska or Wyoming, and yeah, some lady down the street would probably bake you a pie or whatever, you know. Why go through all this, having to sort out knife fights and having NBA stars telling you, well, you didn't save that person's life, and you didn't save everybody, and hey, get out there and play basketball, dude. You didn't even go to college, you know. Not to say that everybody that went to college is the smartest people in the world. I mean, hell, look at me, Steve. I done a couple of years in that, but I got out. To me, college was like prison, you know. You either become a better crook or you change your life and become a truck driver, right, Steve? Yeah, but yeah, this is crazy, buddy. You see him pulling that stuff, and but you know, I'm glad to see the recounts going through somehow, some way. I wouldn't even care if they come out and said, well, you know, they were right. You know, I think people need to know this. And I think it's going to be a big surprise to a lot of people out there just to see how the media reacts to this stuff. You know, like you were saying, CNN was saying it was like hogwash and craziness.
It's all a sham.
The next thing, the next thing they'll say, it's racist to do a recount or it's genocide to do a recount. That'll be the next steps, you know. But yeah, there's some craziness.
Well, all I can say,
there.
if there's nothing to hide, who would be concerned? Yeah, why be concerned with the recount? Because you know everything was on the up and up, so they said. All right, hey, Inbred Redneck, great to hear from you. Thanks for chiming in. Good luck on your Dogecoin and your Ethereum and all that. What do you see? He's got 2 Bitcoins. I think they're running 53,000 and some change right now. 53.9, maybe almost 54,000. Like everything else, they kind of fluctuate up and down. But all right, let me see. You got an email from Uncle Pete checking in. He said, after listening to Chevy Guy tonight and others over the years, complaining about the excessive brightness of these newer emergency lights on police cars and safety vehicles in the work zones. I have a little tip that helped me that I've learned over the years. Okay, let's get back at it. If I incur these excessively bright lights, I've found that turning on my inside cab lights, and if there's no oncoming traffic and I'm not following anyone, I turn on my high beam headlights also. For me, doing these 2 things helps to mitigate the brightness of those emergency lights. Helps me. Others might want to try that out. It may work for you as well. All right, Uncle Petey, thank you so much for checking in. Good to have you with us. It's from the email bag, by the way, steve@hotshotsecret.com. All right, I guess Mike Lindell of course, was booted from Twitter because of his candid pro-Trump views, supporting Donald Trump. And so he's created his own place where he could truly be what he called it, frank. Now, that's what the name of the platform is, kind of a combination, a cross between YouTube and Twitter. And he says it's going to be like no other platform has ever been. The goal is to get our voices out there again. He expects it to be fully operational by May. Well, here we're counting down the final days here in the month of April. So May is almost upon us. So maybe just a few days away, the way it sounds. Let me see here. Lindell has a warning. While the new platform will foster free speech, posts that include curse words, pornography, or death threats will be strictly off limits, he says. And even in curbing foul language, Lindell has notably shown some restraint. You know, remember George Carlin did that bit a number of years ago, but that was, those 7 words that you cannot say on television. Lindell says he's got 4 on his list. You will not be able to use 4 words: the C word, the N word, the F word, and you will not be able to take the Lord's name in vain. You will not be able to type that in, he says. But that's pretty much it. It makes it sound like this is going to be the voice of free speech with his new platform, Frank. All right, with that, what do we see here? Rolling toward news break here, top of the hour. And trying to get my phone reset up and running here. So we have wide open lines at 844-3388. Great to have you with us. We'll get more on our traveler's weather coming up here. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A state of emergency has been declared in Elizabeth City, New Jersey. This after the attorney for Andrew Brown Jr.'s family, Benjamin Crump, told reporters outside the Elizabeth City Police Station that they were supposed to see the full body cam video on Monday, but that they're being stonewalled. Jones Jr. was shot by police last week as they were trying to serve a warrant. Protests continuing Monday. NAACP president of Elizabeth City, Keith Rivers, telling Fox News he wants the protests to remain peaceful.
We're going to continue to advocate peaceful protests. That's why we ask everybody to go home and take a deep breath.
For the first time ever, California will lose 1 seat in the U.S. House of Representatives based on census data that was released on Monday. Texas is gaining 2 seats. Florida and a handful of other states will gain 1. USA Radio News.
America's great cities are in deep trouble. Businesses are closing, taxpayers fleeing, and police are defunded as crime and homelessness rise. It's a dangerous time in big cities like New York, L.A., Chicago, Seattle, San Francisco, and more. All this week, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax TV, exposing the real truth in his series, Cities on Fire. Every night, Rob Schmidt gives you the real news you won't hear anywhere else. So watch Rob Schmidt tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern and see his Cities on Fire special. Newsmax TV is on all major cable systems. If you don't get it, call your cable system. Tell them you want Newsmax or you can switch. Plus, get Newsmax free on most smart TVs like Samsung, Sony, and LG. Or tune in on Roku, Pluto, Zumo, and YouTube Live. And millions have already downloaded the free Newsmax TV app on their smartphones. So start watching America's fastest growing cable news channel, because Newsmax is real news for real people.
The Justice Department will investigate the police department in Louisville, Kentucky. Attorney General Merrick Garland making that announcement on Monday.
The Justice Department is opening a civil investigation into the Louisville Jefferson County Metro Government and the Louisville Metro Police Department.
As far as what the Justice Department will be looking into,
to determine whether LMPD engages in a pattern or practice of violations of the Constitution or federal law.
President Biden is expected to announce his $1.9 trillion American Families Plan during his address to a joint session of Congress on Wednesday. The funding plan is expected to include $225 billion to subsidize child care, $200 billion for free pre-K, and $225 billion to establish 12-week national paid family and medical leave. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Kentucky Republican Senator Rand Paul is calling out President Joe Biden for failing to provide leadership in the effort to pass an infrastructure bill that would create jobs and stimulate the economy. Paul also telling Fox News that Biden hasn't come through on his election pledge to unite the country.
Just a couple of months ago, we were hearing from President Biden, the newly inaugurated President Biden, that he was going to unify the country and that we were going to work together and have bipartisanship. I'm still waiting, Mr. President. I haven't seen any of that. Instead of working together on anything to do with COVID or vaccines, they put together a massive $2 trillion bill where less than 10% of it had anything to do with vaccines. Now they're doing the same thing on infrastructure. There are those of us who are saying we could be for a bipartisan infrastructure bill if it had to do with real infrastructure like roads and bridges and if it was paid for. But so far I don't see any of that coming from Biden, and I predict they're going to ram through something with only Democrat votes and no Republican participation again to a tune of a couple $1 trillion.
Alabama Republican Governor Kay Ivey signed a bill that bans biological males from competing with girls in high school sports. The law states physical differences between biological males and biological females have long made separate and sex-specific sports teams important so that female athletes can have equal opportunities to compete in sports. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, we'll get back to your calls ahead here. Lines available. Plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. You know the number. Big legislative update from our friends at OOIDA and Landline this past day, which states a year ago, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association opposed the House of Representatives version of the highway bill, which was H.R. 2 at the time, because of several policies that would have been harmful to truck drivers. As the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee crafts a new highway bill proposal, OOIDA is informing the committee leaders of some of the modifications that would make the legislation positive for truck drivers. OOIDA sent a letter to the chairman, Peter DeFazio, and ranking member Sam Graves of Missouri this past day. They also reached out to their more than 150,000 members asking you to let your representatives know the damage H.R. 2 would have done to your business. Now, the current reauthorization bill expires in September. Last year, they originally lent some support to H.R. 2 until they added some amendments, like the increase to the minimum liability insurance. The highway bill was then combined into the larger infrastructure package that ultimately stalled in the Senate. Last year's House-passed highway bill, H.R. 2, again included some helpful provisions for OIDA members, but the bill was marred by several policies that must be modified or removed in this year's reauthorization to ensure the continued success of the small business truckers out there. OIDA adamantly opposed H.R. 2 when it moved through the House last year. The position will not change if the same bill is introduced this year. We will again vigorously oppose any legislation that includes harm to our members. One of the non-negotiable policies includes the increase in minimum insurance requirement. He calls that a poison pill for the highway bill. All right, they did provide the leaders an outline of how to improve H.R. 2 to either better support the truck drivers who were being hailed as heroes during the height of the COVID pandemic. All right, so we already touched on the minimum insurance requirement. We know the numbers there, and they again said that is a poison pill. I won't break down all the numbers there. How about commercial motor vehicle parking? Last year's highway bill did include $250 million for commercial parking projects. OIDA said they appreciated lawmakers acknowledged the need to address the parking crisis. They'd like to see a greater commitment in the next highway bill, though. OIDA favors a multi-year authorization with significantly higher levels of investment that focus exclusively on expanding truck parking capacity. The bipartisan Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, which OIDA did indeed help craft, would dedicate $755 million from the Highway Trust Fund for truck parking capacity expansion projects. There was another provision in H.R. 2, tolling and congestion pricing, as they call it. OIDA opposes the provision, as the Highway Trust Fund is already suffering from a lack of adequate, sustainable funding. It's unconscionable that Congress would allow the diversion of more resources away from the activities that benefit the limited number of users that are paying into the system right now. The committee must take steps to not only limit the tolling of currently non-tolled highways, but to also ensure revenue is being used exclusively for the maintenance of those tolled assets. Next item on the list, automatic emergency braking. OIDA does not want an automatic emergency braking mandate included in the next bill, saying it doesn't want to see the creation of arbitrary deadlines for the adoption of technology that is still flawed at this point. We hear from our members routinely practical concerns with the current AEB technology, including difficulty controlling trucks in inclement weather, when those systems are activated, unwarranted activations, highly distracting warnings and false alarms. A couple of other items, what they have, underride protection. They want to keep any measure that would lead to an eventual side underride guard mandate from being included in the highway bill. Yeah, these underride guards remain an unproven technology, and they present legitimate operational challenges for the drivers. It's also going to increase costs for trucking businesses while displacing payload due to existing weight restrictions for commercial motor vehicles. We support eliminating any language regarding the side underrides in the next highway bill. However, if the committee chooses to address the issue, we ask for the measure to focus exclusively on gathering additional research and improving crash reporting. They did have several other suggestions. Let's see, the safety data should not be publicly available until the methodology for generating ratings have proven to be fair and accurate. That's the motor carrier safety data. Let's see, any attempts to create a vehicle miles traveled tax, a VMT program, should not be a new tax levied on top of the numerous fees that carriers right now pay into the system that other highway users do not have to pay. There should be no further delays in the entry-level driver training final rule. Excessive detention time needs to be addressed. There's a growing problem surrounding B-1 temporary visas used by long-haul trucking operations, which needs to be addressed. The Unified Carrier Registration Program is unnecessary. It should be repealed. Data transparency should be required regarding the development of autonomous vehicles. The lack of broker transparency needs to be addressed. A mandate requiring the use of speed limiters would do more harm than good to highway safety. The minimum driving age of 21 for interstate commerce should not be lowered, they say. And any measures to increase the size and weight of tractor trailers would also diminish safety and accelerate the deterioration of highways. So, big legislative update this past day as they work on crafting a new highway bill. We'll see what they come up with. All right, rolling up on 14 past the hour. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Good morning, Eagle. Hello, Eagle. Now, Eagle's only been there for about 10 minutes. You haven't had time to go to sleep yet, have you? Yeah, I guess he has. Okay. All right, so we've got wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Surprised Horse Feathers didn't mention that because he was asking me a couple of weeks ago, would you ever find out the census from last year? Whatever came of the numbers? Where are they at? So I guess we finally got the update this past day. The political center of gravity, they say, shifted further to the Republican-led South and West this past day, with Texas, Florida, and other Sun Belt states gaining congressional seats, while chillier climates like New York and Ohio actually lost them. So the official numbers, the U.S. population rose to 331,449,000 and some change, according to the Census Bureau. The new allocation of congressional seats is the U.S. Census Bureau's first release of data from the head count last year, the 2020 census. Let's see. The numbers chart some familiar migration patterns, and they actually confirm one historic marker. For the first time in 170 years of statehood, California is losing a congressional seat. That's the migration, people getting out of the most populous state. All right, the census release marks the official beginning of our once-in-a-decade redistricting battles around the country. Now, here's how things kind of shake out. Some of the shifts have largely been westward. Colorado, Montana, and Oregon all added residents and gained seats. Texas was the biggest winner. Second most populous state added 2 congressional seats, while Florida and North Carolina both added 1 seat. States losing seats included Illinois, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, all those states that were kind of contentious in the presidential election. The reshuffling of the congressional map moved seats from blue states to red states. That means Republicans have a clear, immediate advantage. The party will have complete control. Republicans will have complete control of drawing the congressional maps in the states of Texas, Florida, and North Carolina, states that are adding 4 seats to Congress. In contrast, although Democrats control the process in Oregon, Democrat lawmakers there have agreed to give Republicans an equal say in redistricting in exchange for a commitment to stop blocking bills. In Democratic Colorado, there's a nonpartisan commission that's going to draw the lines there, meaning the party won't have total control in a single expanding state's redistricting there. It's been kind of a bumpy road so far. The 2020 census faced a once-in-a-century COVID pandemic. Of course, last year, the wildfires, the hurricanes, the political uprising with the presidential election. Remember the whole effort to try to put a citizenship question, and they had fluctuating deadlines, they had lawsuits. So in the long term, it's not clear that the migration is good news for Republicans. Many of the fastest growing states are becoming increasingly competitive political battleground states, including many young people and people of color could give actually give Democrats the edge. Now, let me see here. What do we see? What's happening in growth in Sunbelt states that are trending Democrat or will trend Democrat soon. That means Republicans may be limited in how many favorable seats they can draw as Democrats move to their territory. It's going to be harder and harder for the Texas legislature to come up with any advantageous congressional districts. Texas has not flipped blue as of yet, but the blue population centers are really growing fast in that state. Despite California's slow growth, the state still has 10 million more residents than the state of Texas. North Carolina and Texas positioned to become intellectual powerhouses in the new economy as the South has snatched away some major manufacturing industry like the auto industry. We're 10 to 20 years away from the South and the West being truly dominant in American culture and American society. So I've got a bunch of other data. Let's see. The pattern outlined in the census data was one started in the 1930s with the invention of modern air conditioning. It's been steady since then. The only change in the pattern was the halt in the growth of the state of California. Everything has been trending the same, apparently. So there you go. Census numbers released this past day. Good news, bad news. All right, with that, lines available. It's 844-844-3388. Let's flip over and see who else is checking in here. Scroll on down a little bit. Let's see. Richard checking in this morning. I listen often, love the program. Captain Ron, hey, what's going on? Checking in, 69 degrees in Ocala, Florida this morning. Hello to everybody. Richard also checking in from Florida, 70 degrees where he's at. Let's see, Tanker listening in from Dayton, Ohio. Beautiful weather there tonight. Yes, just like a beautiful night here in Southwest Ohio. Let's see. We mentioned Rolf from Sydney earlier. Said, I should phone your number, but I don't want to make a fool of myself. Okay. Come on, Rolf. Why would you make a fool of yourself? Give us an update what's going on in the land down under there. Operation Hard Hat. That's funny. Ever watch Cheech and Chong's Up in Smoke? That was the code name for the police operation. The Cheech was leading. I don't know, Operation Hard Hat. Okay. Karen says, Steve, 5 mile marker PA Turnpike westbound. You got a truck fire trailer that's burning near Beaver Falls exit at the Ohio line, I-76. That was a little bit earlier, so yeah, because some of these comments are going back to out of the box earlier in the show. The first super full moon of the year shining bright tonight. Yes, indeed it is. All right, Rick said, I hear my Reds are still playing the Dodgers. Okay, that was, when was that? Just a few minutes ago? Apparently Reds won 5-3 in extra innings. Okay, there you go. Thank you for being with us. Get back to the calls here. Again, lines wide open. It's 844-844-3388. Yeah, there's your census numbers, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You must not have been checking your text messages there. I sent you a text there a little while ago asking about that. But you neglected to mention anything about New York. The Empire State there, I think they lost a seat, as well as California.
I believe you're correct, yes.
Yeah, so I'm sure Mr. Cuomo's not happy about that. Oh, wait a minute, he's underground now, isn't he? Where did he go anyways? Didn't he have like 119 women or something accusing him of sexual harassment or something at this point?
Those investigations are ongoing, but yeah, we sure as hell don't hear a whole lot about them.
No. So, anyways, yeah, so, no, just checking back in there. I'd like to hear Ralph. We got to find somebody down here in Australia that's out there driving one of those road trains. I'd like to hear more about the road trains they got going down there. Sounds kind of interesting.
Yeah,
I saw something there that
someone sent me some DVDs a couple of years ago. Someone sent me like a whole series of the road trains in Australia, and it's pretty fascinating what they go through out there. And they get into their wet season, the monsoon season. They can get stuck out in the middle of nowhere.
I've heard that was like one of the most deadliest jobs there was down there in Australia, and it might be competing there with, the deadliest jobs that we have, that we have, for the ice road truckers and the Alaskan king crab fishermen and stuff like that. So it's kind of be interesting to hear from somebody to get a different perspective of what it's like to be driving down there in the outback and drive the big road trains across there. But anyways, you just mentioned something else here I was going to ask you about. I don't know. With my mind here. But yeah, sorry about last night there when we were talking to Joel there. I had that maverick moment there. He couldn't spit that word out there, barometer, I was stumbling over that pretty bad. I was waiting for John the Monkey to smack me in the back of the head or something there for that.
Yeah.
But anyways, now it was good to hear Joel on last night. It was a good show. I still got to get back to try to finish listening to the first half of it that I always miss there when I'm trying to get my trailer loaded. So, yeah, anyways, but I guess that's about what we got going for you. The moon's still out. Good, nice, clear sky. What do we got here? 50 degrees. So things are looking up here for the weather for the next couple of days, and so. I guess with that, we'll let you go and we'll chat at you again. Oh, hey, I got one thing for you here.
Yes, sir.
So there's these two guys that are riding down through the city, and they come up to this traffic light there, and just as they're getting to it, it turns red. So the guy driving there, he steps on the gas and he drives through the red light fast as he can. And the guy in the passenger seat says, "Didn't you see that light turn red?" The driver said, "Well, yeah, I did. It's no problem. My brother does it all the time." So they get down a couple more blocks, and next light turns red before they get to it. And the driver there, he steps on the gas and drives right through it as fast as he can through the red light. Passenger's like, "What are you doing? You can't keep running these red lights like this." Says, "Don't worry about it. My brother does it all the time." So they go down a couple more blocks, and there's a light that's red. Just before they get to it, it turns green. Man, driver steps on the brakes, locks it up, slides at a complete screeching halt for a green light right before the edge of the intersection. And passenger there, he's about strangled by the seatbelt, all wrapped around his neck and everything. And he's like, well, what in the world is wrong with you? You slamming on your brakes for a green light. He said, well, I was afraid my brother might be coming the other way.
All righty. There you go.
Right.
There's a bump. Thank you, Horse Feathers. All right, rolling toward news break here. You're quiet on the phone. It's quiet night. Where's old, what's her name? Where's Rhonda been? Where's Baby Bear? Our female drivers out there. It's 844-844-3388. I know Heat Wave's out there somewhere tonight because he did check in said, where you at, Heat Wave? Reno, Nevada. Okay, morning from Reno. Captain Cliff checking in here from Marysville, Ohio, on his way to Grove City, Ohio. Ian checking in from Wisconsin this morning, where it's 54 degrees. Very good. All right, so we'll jump into a couple of other industry headlines from CDL Life. As the old saying goes, if you got it, a truck brought it. And the same goes for Kentucky Derby racehorses. That's right, this weekend, the Kentucky Derby coming up. Churchill Downs, Louisville, Kentucky, featuring some of the nation's fastest horses, but they didn't get there by themselves. It takes special truck drivers like Bart Stark, for instance, to get these animals where they need to be. Stark says he never intended to haul horses, let alone valuable race horses. But when he set out to buy a rig and a cattle hauler, a friend suggested he haul horses rather than cattle. And that position stuck, he says. It's hauling horses literally 365 days a year, 4 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock at night. If your phone rings, you got to be willing to answer it. Stark Equine Services transport more than 2,000 horses every year and helps the horses, their grooms, and all the gear to get from racetrack to racetrack. Now, they say he's even got a special setup for the horses that he compares to flying first class. A box stall is like flying a plane in first class. The horses in a stall, kind of like you'd see in a barn. They can eat and very seldom lie down or sit down, but they can have their head. Very important to have their head. In addition to transporting the horses safely, he also takes care of cleaning and disinfecting the stalls between each transport to make sure the horses stay happy and healthy. All right, there you go. So there's times when there's a request to haul one horse in an 18-wheeler, he said, this thing will haul 15 horses. Most of the time, we don't do that. We did it one time, but we were only going a very short distance. But pretty nifty, getting ready for the big Kentucky Derby weekend coming on here. All right, as we'll get to our news break here, is that the Michigan Madman checking in? Yeah, have a good night from the Michigan Madman. I can say I've had a great night racing tonight. He does the virtual racing thing in my league at the Tough Bull Ring in Las Vegas. All right, okay, I placed 19th, but damn, it's fun. Okay, so 19th. Well, at least you didn't crash it, right? Crash and burn again? Have a good morning there, Michigan Madman. It's 844-844-3388. Halfway through a Tuesday morning with wide open lines. Jump on in. We'll get back to it following a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A state of emergency has been declared in Elizabeth City, New Jersey. This after the attorney for Andrew Brown Jr.'s family, Benjamin Crump, told reporters outside the Elizabeth City Police Station that they were supposed to see the full body cam video on Monday, but that they're being stonewalled. Jones Jr. was shot by police last week as they were trying to serve a warrant. Protests continuing Monday. NAACP president of Elizabeth City, Keith Rivers, telling Fox News he wants the protests to remain peaceful.
We're going to continue to advocate peaceful protests. That's why we ask everybody to go home and take a deep breath.
For the first time ever, California will lose one seat in the U.S. House of Representatives based on census data that was released on Monday. Texas is gaining 2 seats. Florida and a handful of other states will gain 1. USA Radio News.
Why do you think bank presidents and jewelry store owners trust ADT to protect their homes and businesses? Because they feel safe, and you can too. How would you like to monitor your home from fire, floods, and yes, robberies without even being there right from your smartphone? That is peace of mind. You may even save money on your homeowner's insurance just by having an ADT system installed. And there's even a money-back guarantee. How about that? We guarantee 100% satisfaction. You have nothing to risk. Why do you think people who have so much to protect trust ADT? Because it works. Call right now for a free quote. We'll even give you a free gift for calling. So pick up your phone and call Protect Your Home, an ADT authorized premier provider now.
800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. That's 800-818-0191.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, we talked about it a bit on last night's show with Joel Morrow. Morrow Mondays, right? Spends the first couple hours with us here, talking tech and whatnot. And some of the discussion was the modern, future technology and this push for electric vehicles, and touched on the fact that pretty much all the manufacturers are in the game, looking to be, the first out of the box with electric trucks. Yeah, what's the prospect? Exiting 2020, the Bureau of Vehicle Statistics found there were 286.9 million vehicles registered in this country. While data from the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association put the number of Class 1 through 8 trucks at 33.8 million. Now, that's trucks ranging from the light to the medium duty to the heavy duty, the big rigs out there on the road. A quick Google of companies' electric vehicles, where we find no shortage of companies that are attacking the electric vehicle passenger car market opportunity. But what about the electric vehicle on the truck side? Some of the numbers shared by OOIDA. Trucks moved 11.84 billion tons of freight in 2019. Big trucks traveled 304.9 million miles. Of course, more than 9% of total vehicle miles traveled by motor vehicles. And the thing is, they say, medium and heavy-duty trucks create massive amounts of air pollution. Now, by comparison, emissions from pure electric trucks are a fraction of those compared to diesel trucks. Everybody's on board. Joel is a Volvo guy, and he did mention that Volvo is in the race. A Volvo company found their electric trucks are potentially a more cost-effective mode of transportation, due in part to the regenerative braking, which captures electric power and slows the vehicle, so system brakes are used less. That reduces the need for maintenance. Those large trucks, the Class 8 designation, predominantly built by Freightliner, Peterbilt, Kenworth, International, Volvo, and Mack. Now, they break down who owns what. But everybody's in the race for electric vehicles. Freightliner recently announced that their test fleet, they've got 38 pre-production electric semi-trucks that have traveled 700,000 miles. For context, that's 233 cross-country trips between Boston and San Diego. Production of Freightliner's e-powertrain, it's the Detroit e-powertrain, is targeted for later this year. They expect to begin production of the e-Cascadia Class 8 and the EM2 Class 6 and 7 trucks next year. Not to be outdone, though, Volvo recently announced they won an order for 14 of their electric trucks from the food delivery company known as QCD. While we wait for the new Secretary Buttigieg, we wait for his what they call framework, we would like to note that last year, more than a dozen U.S. states signed a moratorium or a memorandum of understanding, a target goal of about 1 in 3 commercial vehicles sold to be emission-free by 2030, and every single one emission-free by the year 2050. So everything's going to electric battery. Electric cars. They tout them as the way to cut down on emissions. We're going to go green, right? But while the critics point to the use of fossil fuels needed to charge them, they have yet another issue. What to do with all the dead batteries? The rate at which we're growing the industry right now, electric vehicles, is absolutely scary. Paul Anderson with Binghamton University says the European Union is looking for 30 million electric cars. That's what their aim is by the year 2030. The United States, 90% of cars must be electric by 2050. That's the new thing from the Biden administration. It's something that's never really been done before at the rate of growth for a completely new product, they say. Okay, they're carbon neutral while they're on the road, but here's the concern. What about the end of their life? And most especially the batteries. In 10 to 15 years, when there's large numbers of these vehicles coming to the end of their life, we're going to have to do something about having some sort of recycling industry. Unlike lead-acid batteries and fossil fuel-burning automobiles, electric vehicle batteries are lithium-ion batteries. They have to be dismantled. They contain hazardous materials. And if you dismantle them improperly, they can explode. Right now, it's hard to get detailed numbers for what percentage of lithium-ion batteries are actually recycled, but the value everyone quotes is about 5%. In some parts of the world, it's considerably less than that. So where's the rest of them going? All right. We'll get back to your calls here. It's 844-844-3388. Would that be, is that Captain Cliff by chance?
Yes, it sure is there, Mr. Steve Sommers.
All right.
I thought I'd give you a call. It's been a while.
Yeah, I see you posting here and there. And I know you chime in on the board of your Facebook, YouTube, whatever, and I saw you're out there listening. Thanks for hooking me up with Dusty Chrome and hooking Dusty back up with us.
You're very welcome. I just got off the horn with him. He was up there in Chatham, Ontario, on his way out there to Omaha. He's got to go set up some pictures and all that for that citizen driver deal, the 2021 citizen driver deal with TA Petro.
Mm-hmm.
He's headed out that way. He ran out of hours, so he's stuck in Chatham, Ontario right now. And I just want to call in and say howdy. I've been off the road long haul for about 5 years now. I had to get hernia surgery.
Okay.
And it took me 6 months to get into the VA to get that done. So they extended my DOT physical for 3 months, 2 different times, and then I finally got the hernia surgery. And then my girlfriend, she fell down and messed up her back, so I just said the heck with it and stayed local, and then was just going to the truck shows down there in Louisville and Dallas, but just doing local runs in Michigan now. But yeah, I just wanted to call in. You said something about me calling you when I had Dusty call you, and it's like, yeah, I was ready to go to bed because I had to get up 3 o'clock in the morning next morning. It's like, yeah, I'll give him a call when I'm out here running. So I got this little extra load because this thing that's going on right now with these chips, I haul automotive, and a couple of plants that I support currently are going down for 2 weeks because they can't get chips to put the cars together. So I'm having to come out here and run groceries. I'm running a load of cars nuts tonight down here to Columbus, and a load of, what the heck is it, cereal going back up to Kroger in New Baltimore tomorrow. So I thought I'd give you a shout tonight.
Yeah, we talked to Bourbon Street Gary in the first hour there, and he's hauling the auto parts as well, but he's sitting at home right now. I guess a lot of these guys, if that's pretty much what they do, the designated, they're just auto part haulers. Yeah, they don't have an alternative, I guess.
Well, that's what's going on with me. I haul for CH Robs, I'll tell you right now. And I do dedicated for them. I've been doing that for the last 5 years for a company named Bros. It's a German company. And they do all the indoor panels for cars that do the cranks and put in the speakers and all the switches and all that stuff. Well, the chips, seeing as how the assembly plants can't put the cars together because they've already filled their lots up with cars with no chips, waiting for the chips to come in.
Yeah.
Now they're saying, well, we're just going to shut down the line completely and wait for us to supply the chips. So they've slowed the line down. They slowed it down a month and a half ago. Now they're just shutting the plant down completely for 2 weeks, hoping that more chips come in so they can start back into slow production. But Lord only knows what's going to go on, especially with this pandemic ain't helping none either.
Yeah, have you been one of the lucky ones? Oh. Did you come down with COVID since this all started, or have you been lucky?
No, I've been lucky as all get out, and I've had 8 people around me. They had one of the plants over there in Milan, Michigan. 2 of their employees come down with it and ended up on the vents, and one guy was in there for 5 weeks. The other guy was in there for a little over 3 weeks, and they're back to work now. But I've been around 8 different people that had it. I've tested 8 different times, come out negative every last time.
Wow.
So,
yeah, knock on wood.
I've been lucky.
Yep.
Been real super lucky. And then I take Humira shots to knock down my immune system. So I thought for sure I'd be the one getting this stuff, but nope. I guess I had my fingers and my toes crossed tight enough. So, just thought I'd give you a shout tonight, buddy.
Hey, Captain Cliff, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Don't be a stranger, all right?
All right, brother. Now we know where you're at. We'll be talking to you.
All right. Very
Have a good one.
Again, thank you for hooking us up with Dusty Chrome once again. All right, we got, what about 10 before the hour? And it's 844-844-3388. Who's next up here? Would that be Rob by chance? Let's see here. Is that Rob?
Hey, morning, Steve. Yeah, this is Rob.
What's going on?
What they can do with the car batteries is bury them under the ground along with windmill blades, since they don't have nowhere to put those either. You know, all this stuff that's making everything green, but eventually it's all just going to get buried, it seems like.
Yeah, I think some of the newer windmills are recyclable, but a whole bunch of the older ones, they have nowhere to go, and they can't even hardly find landfills willing to take the darn things.
They're fiberglass, and there's not a whole heck of a lot they can do with them. I mean, a lot of the reactors for the military, they have to encase those in concrete and bury those, because there's just nothing you can do with them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've seen it tonight. When I was getting up and getting ready for work and everything, because I drive a day cab, they were having the Sesame Street 50th anniversary show. So it was one of those same things where Sesame Street is you had Bert and Ernie. They've got to be lovers, and instead of being Sesame Street and being characters, and some of them are different colors, they were talking about race and everything else. So it's just like the Oscars of how woke can Sesame Street be now, and how some of the cast members and stuff like that were different races and everything like that. So I had to turn it off. I thought maybe it'd be something interesting, but I'm sure on some of the websites or something they're talking about it, because it was just horrible.
Wow. Everything's changed.
Yeah, I don't see any getting better anytime soon. Something's got to give, though, it seems like.
You got to wonder, is anything sacred anymore?
I really don't think so. You know, if you sit there and call anything out, then you're not woke enough. You're the problem.
Well, Rob, it's good to hear from you this morning.
Tonight.
Yep. All righty. Thank you so much for checking in.
All right, thanks.
Be safe. Yeah, he mentioned the wind turbines. Just like the mining for the components, you know, the materials to build these lithium-ion batteries. The windmills. You know, there's dirty little secrets that the environmentalists don't often like to admit. And you may not believe some of the numbers. Offshore wind turbines, right? Offshore. Yeah, they may generate, quote, green energy, but they use a whole lot more oil than the proponents like to admit. Listen to this. Just installing the foundation of a single offshore turbine can consume 18,857 barrels of marine fuel during construction, according to the calculations published by Forbes. Offshore wind farms often have over 100 wind turbines, meaning building them requires almost 2 million barrels of fuel just to power the ships involved in construction. You cannot construct or operate offshore wind turbines without oil. Spokesman for the Institute for Energy Research. We spoke to the Daily Caller. He said, for decades, we've been told that wind, solar, and other so-called green sources are all the future. But these sources remain expensive, intermittent, and unreliable despite government mandates and government subsidies. Offshore wind in particular, remains one of the most expensive sources of electricity in existence, they explain. The Long Island, New York City Offshore Wind Collaborative cost $1 billion to build, to generate roughly 200 megawatts of electricity. That's enough to provide power to somewhere between 40 and 64,000 homes, depending on how much the wind blows, of course, over the course of a year. In other words, the wind farm's power will cost around $25,000 for every home it powers, according to the Daily Caller Foundation calculations. The first American offshore wind farm in Block Island, Rhode Island, cost $17,600 per home that it powers. The extremely high cost of offshore wind apparently doesn't worry the environmentalists and the progressives because, well, as Salon.com said about the project, it's the precedent that counts. The costs attributed to both the Block Island and the Long Island wind farms are just to build the turbines. It's not to operate them. Despite the extremely high cost, Federal officials want to power a whopping 23 million homes with offshore wind by the year 2050. You know, they say offshore wind is so pricey that early investors like Germany had made plans to stop building new turbines to lower the cost of electricity and prop up their existing power grid. Offshore wind power is so expensive because installing and maintaining any kind of infrastructure on the water is extremely difficult. The salt water is incredibly corrosive, and it makes operating these facilities difficult, very expensive. Electricity is so comparatively cheap in most parts of the country that offshore wind is not generally necessary. Had no idea about, those numbers. They didn't say 18,000 gallons to build one turbine. It's 18,857 barrels. Okay, those little hidden secrets that the meanie greenies don't like to talk about. All right, we've got wide open lines here at 844-844-3388. Who wants to jump in next? I'm going to post, hey, you're starting to give me a complex here. Elon Musk is warning, and I quote, "A bunch of people will probably die during SpaceX's initial voyages to Mars." Do you want to volunteer? He made the comments during an interview of the founder of the X Prize Foundation, which is a nonprofit that seeks to encourage technological development. Musk, of course, announcing plans to send 1 million people to Mars by 2050. But he mentioned nothing of their return. And now we know why. Elon said he believes Voyagers might not come back alive. But it will be an amazing experience. Would you like an incredible journey? Going to Mars. Reads like that advertisement for Shackleton going to the Antarctic. You know it's dangerous. You know it's uncomfortable. You know it's a long journey. You might not come back alive. But it will be a glorious adventure. An amazing experience. Now, I guess the question was about potential deaths. Musk went on to say it's tough going over to Mars. Honestly, a bunch of people will probably die in the beginning. It's tough getting over there. Now, Musk announced in February they plan to send their first all-civilian crew to space at the end of this year. I don't know if they're going to get to that point. Okay, there you go. So, first of all, I think to get to the moon, you've got to get the Starship up and running, correct? He's had great success with, what is it, the Falcon 9? Is that the one that they just, like the one they just launched to the International Space Station? A lot of success getting humans into space, but the mission to the moon and then further on to Mars, it's going to take the larger craft, the Starship, which hasn't had a lot of success just yet. We'll get our news update here. It's 844-844-3388. Top of the hour. Great to have you with us. Rolling into a Tuesday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A state of emergency has been declared in Elizabeth City, New Jersey. This after the attorney for Andrew Brown Jr.'s family, Benjamin Crump, told reporters outside the Elizabeth City Police Station that they were supposed to see the full body cam video on Monday, but that they're being stonewalled. Jones Jr. was shot by police last week as they were trying to serve a warrant. Protests continuing Monday. NAACP president of Elizabeth City, Keith Rivers, telling Fox News he wants the protests to remain peaceful.
We're going to continue to advocate peaceful protests. That's why we ask everybody to go home and take a deep breath.
For the first time ever, California will lose one seat in the U.S. House of Representatives based on census data that was released on Monday. Texas is gaining 2 seats. Florida and a handful of other states will gain 1. USA Radio News.
America's great cities are in deep trouble. Businesses are closing, taxpayers fleeing, and police are defunded as crime and homelessness rise. It's a dangerous time in big cities like New York, L.A., Chicago, Seattle, San Francisco, and more. All this week, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax TV, exposing the real truth in his series, Cities on Fire. Every night, Rob Schmidt gives you the real news you won't hear anywhere else. So watch Rob Schmidt tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern and see his Cities on Fire special. Newsmax TV is on all major cable systems. If you don't get it, call your cable system. Tell them you want Newsmax or you can switch. Plus, get Newsmax free on most smart TVs like Samsung, Sony, and LG. Or tune in on Roku, Pluto, Zumo, and YouTube Live. And millions have already downloaded the free Newsmax TV app on their smartphones. So start watching America's fastest growing cable news channel, because Newsmax is real news for real people.
The Justice Department will investigate the police department in Louisville, Kentucky. Attorney General Merrick Garland making that announcement on Monday.
The Justice Department is opening a civil investigation into the Louisville, Jefferson County Metro Government and the Louisville Metro Police Department.
As far as what the Justice Department will be looking into?
To determine whether LMPD engages in a pattern or practice of violations of the Constitution or federal law.
President Biden is expected to announce his $1.9 trillion American Families Plan during his address to a joint session of Congress on Wednesday. The funding plan is expected to include $225 billion to subsidize child care, $200 billion for free pre-K, and $225 billion to establish 12-week national paid family and medical leave. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Kentucky Republican Senator Rand Paul is calling out President Joe Biden for failing to provide leadership in the effort to pass an infrastructure bill that would create jobs and stimulate the economy. Paul also telling Fox News that Biden hasn't come through on his election pledge to unite the country.
Just a couple of months ago, we were hearing from President Biden, the newly inaugurated President Biden, that he was going to unify the country and that we were going to work together and have bipartisanship. I'm still waiting, Mr. President. I haven't seen any of that. Instead of working together on anything to do with COVID or vaccines, they put together a massive $2 trillion bill where less than 10% of it had anything to do with vaccines. Now they're doing the same thing on infrastructure. There are those of us who are saying we could be for a bipartisan infrastructure bill if it had to do with real infrastructure like roads and bridges and if it was paid for. But so far I don't see any of that coming from Biden, and I predict they're going to ram through something with only Democrat votes and no Republican participation again to a tune of a couple $1 trillion.
Alabama Republican Governor Kay Ivey signed a bill that bans biological males from competing with girls in high school sports. The law states physical differences between biological males and biological females have long made separate and sex-specific sports teams important so that female athletes can have equal opportunities to compete in sports. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of lean fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I got an email from Deranger. And he says, Steve, came by Talladega yesterday about 9 o'clock in the morning. And I looked over at the track, and the grass area where the fans park and camp out between the interstate and the road, between the track that's usually full of fans, was empty. And when I say empty, I mean like the grass hadn't been cut, nor did it look like it had been disturbed. Of course, they had, Talladega was this past weekend. He said NASCAR's in big trouble. When you can't pack Talladega, the rednecks are PO'd with NASCAR. Just my observation. When I come by, I remember years when that place was packed full everywhere. It really pretty much looks like a ghost town. See, I don't know what the restrictions were this year. Obviously last year with the COVID, remember many of the races didn't have any fans. I think they're allowing some fans. I don't really know if they're allowing the people to camp out and all that like they used to do, tailgating and all that. That may be the case, that people just couldn't even get in there and do their partying thing like they've done for so many years. COVID. Hey, all right, finally got some calls here. Get back at it here. I got the noisemaker. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Question. I hear Philip call pretty regularly when I work, and he calls later in your show. And I like what he has to say about NASA and all the space projects down there. And I'm going to Florida this Friday for 6 nights, and I'm going to be in the Villages, Lake Sumter area, which is just west of Orlando. And I believe where he's at, out around Disney World in Orlando, those liftoffs, if one takes place, they may be visible. And I'm just curious if and when he calls, if you can ask him if there's anything taken off, if I have an opportunity to see anything from the Villages. I'll just stay up. I always like to see something like that, and I wonder if you can pass that on to him.
Absolutely. Well, matter of fact, this is right about the time of the morning when he calls in, and he's actually holding on, noisemaker, so I'll get right to him here.
Good. I won't keep you any longer. Thank you, Steve.
All right. So there is your cue, Philip. Are your ears burning?
Hey, bud. How you doing?
Doing well. What's going on?
I looked on my schedule here. It doesn't look like we got anything going right yet. The next one is going to be actually, by my schedule, the 28th at Cape, and that'll be a SpaceX one.
Okay.
So today's the 27th, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
The 28th. So that'd be tomorrow, actually. My bad. So if he's coming down to Villages, be tomorrow. The next one I got on my schedule, I got one of those launch apps that tells you you can actually download an app that'll tell you when the launches are happening all over the world. They had one yesterday at Vandenberg out in California.
Okay.
A big Delta flight. But yeah, that's what my app's saying. Looks like it's going to be tomorrow. So he says he's going to Villages. Is that where he says he's going?
Correct.
To?
And would a launch be visible from there, I guess was his question?
It might be on a really clear day. But you got to be pretty close. Well, not pretty close, but you got to see the close. I mean, when we're at Disney, if you look at the map of Florida, Disney's right in the middle of Florida. So, it's about 45 minutes one way to the coast and 45 minutes the other way to the coast. And we're kind of in the middle. He might be able to see it. Absolutely. He might be on a clear day. He won't feel the sonic booms or anything like that because he's kind of farther north. He's He's really close to Ocala, if you ever heard of that, Steve. You ever heard of that one?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, he's real close to Ocala. He's kind of in north central Florida, close to Ocala. So, but come on down for 6 days. Stop by Disney World. Say hi. We'll be there. We'll be there within the next 6 days if you want to come on down. So, how you doing today, bud?
I cannot complain. I was looking here, and I guess they're looking at maybe a test flight of that SN-15 this week.
Yeah, I know they're ready for a static fire in the test flight. I looked at the videos yesterday from NASA flight, and it looked pretty impressive. They've got the motors and everything up inside of it. It's ready to roll. They just need to test the fire the engines, because that's one thing I like about SpaceX. They static fire their stuff before they take off. A lot of the shuttle missions, they used to do that back in the day, and then they stopped doing it for a while. But that way you know if your engines are going to hold up before you actually get up there, which is really cool. This SM-15, though, watch this one. This one's a totally different animal than the other ones. They've got some other things going on with it. And they're stacking SN-16 right now. They loaded the nose cone on it yesterday. So it's going to be out there before too long. So this one's got to get out of the way. So if you want to see something impressive, Steve, look at the launch facility pictures right now. The facility is coming along unbelievable. They're already starting to get things in place for that BNN Series 1 coming out, the booster. That facility is going to be massive. I don't know how much money Elon Musk got, but he's putting quite a bit in down there in Texas. I don't know if you've seen any pictures of that, Steve.
I have not. No, sir.
Yeah, if you get a chance to look at that facility, he's building all his storage facility. He's going to make all his fuel right there, the whole shot. It's going to be fully self-contained. So it's going to be impressive. I know Cape Kennedy is always going to be the biggest one with launches and whatnot, but Boca Chica is definitely going to be second. I can tell you what, and to be privately funded, the amount of stuff that he's done is crazy. That's crazy stuff there. But Steve, is every time one of these shootings happen, is it gonna be on the news now? Every time something happens like that?
Most likely, I think, yeah, undoubtedly. In this day and age, yeah, if it bleeds, it leads, right?
You know what? I'm not saying, somebody got killed or whatnot. I feel for people, but the thing is, it's just becoming repetitive, and a lot of it is just situational awareness, be it on the officer's behalf or be it on the person that's having something going on. It just amazes me that people just can't watch what they do and just do what they're told to do, whether it's the bad thing or the wrong thing. I mean, if the police tell you to sit down, you sit down. I don't get it. I really don't get it, Steve. And it's just every day on the thing. Remember back in the day when Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton were on the TV all the time?
Yes, right.
Talking about all the time. It just seems like that way with this Trump guy. It's every day I see him on the TV. Every day. When something happens, he runs there and he's there. And I don't know what it is. And he's a lawyer and he's trying to get his money just like everybody else is, I guess, but that's his business. But I'm just getting tired of it myself. It's getting to be repetitive, and it's just, I'm not saying that they need to not investigate things. Don't get me wrong. They should have, internal affairs organization that will investigate it. But it looks like to me, the Department of Justice is getting involved with things now. Like I just heard on your thing there, they said that the Department of Justice in Louisville is going to Louisville to investigate those folks. It's just getting crazy out there with that deal. And did I hear earlier on your news thing that Biden was going to try to get FMLA 12 weeks of pay? Did you hear that?
Did not catch that. No.
Okay. So on your news, they were talking about Joe Biden, bringing out his new 1.9 trillion family plan. Did you hear about that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On that, he's got he's got a thing at the very end of your news break. It said that, or toward the end of it, it said that he was going to have a family medical leave act that was going to have 12 weeks of paid. So my company that I work for, matter of fact, both companies I work for, they have FMLA, Family Medical Leave Act.
Mm-hmm.
And depending on what's going on, it's not paid. Now, I don't mind it being paid. Don't get me wrong if somebody really needs it. But usually when you go out on an FMLA, you know, that's like when, like say for instance, somebody's going to have a baby and they got to go on maternity leave, that kind of thing, or they have a legitimate injury. But I've seen it in the past with FMLA. There's a lot of people that use it and abuse it. And if they're going to pay people now, I mean, it's one thing to get the time off from work, don't get me wrong. It's an excuse time off from work, and it's an understandable excuse time off. But it's something that can be abused like crazy. Keep an eye on that if you can, Steve, because I've seen that abused many a times in different places I've worked at. Have you ever seen that before?
I can't say that I have. No, it's
in big companies you see it a lot. You see it a lot. A lot of big companies have FMLA for, like, you know, if somebody has, you know, a family member they have to care, like they're a caregiver or whatnot, they can call FMLA and take off, and then, you know, they don't get disciplined or whatnot for that. That kind of stuff I don't have a problem with if you got a legitimate thing going on. But if it turns into a situation, now we're going to pay people, so you're going to, you know, you can get paid time off from work. If some companies pay for it, on top of it, it just don't make sense to me. You know what I mean?
Right.
But that's all I got today, bud. Thank you very much. And if that gentleman comes down to Villages, come on down, man. Watch a launch, man. They're cool. So get you a launch app. Have a good one, man.
All right. Have a safe day there. Yeah, I'm looking at, let's see, the SN15. I did pull up some of the photographs of that facility in Texas, and he's not kidding. And that's big. So what's different about this one? Musk says SN15 has hundreds of design improvements across structures, avionics, software, the engine, including, hopefully, upgrades to cover some of the problems that have prevented their being able to stick the landing so far without a rapid, unscheduled disassembly. Is that the way? Yeah. It's either called an explosion or a crash, but they call it a rapid, unscheduled disassembly. SN15 has undergone some initial testing. The aim was to launch last week, but that target continued to slip. The current airspace closures indicate Wednesday would be the soonest we'd see it fly. But of course, I'm looking at the weather forecast for later today and into Wednesday doesn't look real good with that slow-moving storm, severe weather, tornado potential, right there in Texas. A key static fire test took place on Monday, and Musk did confirm the goal was to get off the ground this week. So they say SN15, it could launch anytime or not at all. Within the approved windows, once all the required closures and permissions are in place, we usually don't have any firm sense of when it'll blast off until less than an hour before liftoff appears set to happen. And even then, false starts are common, happen all the time. So for now, just keep your fingers crossed that SN15 will fly and land as well. Okay. What do we see here? It's 844-844-3388. And what's going on with the big moose?
Not much, but rapid unscheduled disassembly. Huh?
Yep.
I had a rapid unscheduled disassembly one time with a V8 Detroit. I come out of La Follette down there, and I started down that hill, And I jammed that sucker down in low and threw them Jake brakes on. That thing started shaking like Michael J. Fox in Ice House. And the next thing I know, it blowed both heads plumb off of it. Oh, I like that though. I'm gonna schedule that term. I'm gonna file that terminology. Rapid unscheduled disassembly.
That is correct. Yeah, that's a new one to me. So.
Yeah, that's a good one though. You know, I always like to church up the vocabulary any chance we get.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
But yeah, that's about it. I heard a pretty good one last night. Wanted to run it by you. What's the difference between a dead prostitute and Joe Biden?
A dead prostitute and Joe Biden. I'm not sure. What is it?
Joe Biden still sucks.
Okay.
That's about all I'm doing out here. I'm just heading down the road here, looking at this big old moon. I'm about to have to put my sunglasses on. I'm driving right into this thing.
Yeah.
I talked to Tater today. I guess they had some baby doctor appointments and everything good there. So I told him he got to get his butt back in that truck because I'm tired of pulling the slack for him. So hopefully they'll be back at it in the morning. And I got to go in Thursday and get my, I don't know, they put you in the hole. I got to get my knee scanned again. And that's the last one before they do the surgery. And I've done made up my mind. Once I get this knee patched up, I got that big old RV. I ain't never going to let another snowflake hit me in the ass, buddy. I think I'm going to. I already talked to a fella. He's wanting to come on and help me out. And I think I'm just going to sit back and do the paperwork and write the checks. And I'm going to let the professionals drive these trucks.
That'd be a change of pace, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, you know what? I got to thinking about it. I said, you know what? I can drive that RV around, and I get to see up close some of them places I've drove by a million times, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And like Mount Rushmore. I bet I've been by Mount Rushmore 500 times. I ain't never been down there to see it, you know? And I'm going to take some time and do a little sightseeing. So hopefully I can get the new hinge in, get the rehabilitation and everything over with in a hurry. And I think I'm going to go walk about a while, as they say down yonder.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, people that have that impression that the truck drivers are out there, you get to see all the beauty of the country, all from coast to coast, and you don't really get to see a whole hell of a lot from the interstate, do you?
Just like Del Reeves said, watching it fly by me on the right, that's all you get to see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, there's one for the youngsters. They may have to Google Del Reeves. You remember Del Reeves, don't you?
Yeah, was that the original girl on the billboard, wasn't it?
Yeah, girl on the billboard. Doodle-doo-doo-doo.
Yep.
Yeah. That's good stuff, man. But anyway, that's all my BS. Still haven't got any word from Horsey the Brain Feathers on the final costume designation there, so I might want to lean on him a little bit because, now that we get everything patched up, we get us a traveling road show, we'll be able to get them small town venues, and Betty the Bush Hog going to be the intergender heavyweight champion of the world. So, and I hope that when we get this up and going, that we can count on Mr. Steve Sommers to be a sponsor.
Did you have a preference? I mean, I think he mentioned either the mankini or the Budweiser one-piece swimsuit.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. Anyway we go, Father Time and Gravity has not been real good to me, so it just depends on how much money he wants to spend on duct tape, but I'm game for anything.
Okay.
Well, keep it twixt the spotted the solid, pal. We'll catch you on the flip side.
All right. Thank you, Big Moose. On the loose. Have a good morning. There you go. All right. What are we looking at? 26 past the hour. And it's 844-844-3388. You know, I don't know if it's people just don't pay attention, but for how many months before the election this past November were we saying a vote for Joe Biden is a vote for Kamala Harris to be president, because we know his cognitive ability is deteriorating, he's going down, and it's more visible with each passing day. Yeah, we knew. Everyone should have known Kamala was going to be, she's one step away and just kind of biding her time right now, just waiting her time. So why did they vote for him anyway? A majority of likely voters have an unfavorable impression of Kamala Harris, the vice president. Really? Of course, especially Republican voters. Doubtful that she's qualified to be president. Only 25% of GOP voters believe she's qualified to be president, compared to 80% of Democrats, 36% of unaffiliated voters. Let's see. Of likely voters overall, 51% hold an unfavorable impression, with 43% having a very unfavorable impression. Not only that, 50% said Harris is not qualified to become president. 41% who say she's not at all qualified. Survey found 46% of likely voters had a favorable impression. Female voters, 48%, only have a slightly more favorable view of Harris than men at 44%. But women, 32%, are more likely than men at 24% to say they have a very favorable impression. Very favorable. She has the highest favorable ratings among voters under the age of 40, not surprising. Black voters at 62%, and voters earning more than $200,000 per year at 54%. Yeah, boy. So it's really just more or less the split down the middle. At 51%, that's got to be even like in the margin of error, right? Plus or minus 2-3 percentage points. It's like everything else. It's all split down the middle in this country. Everything. All right, we'll get a news break in here, see what's going on. Come back with more of your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Census Bureau released the first set of data from the 2020 census Monday, showing that the U.S. population has now topped 331 million. The population grew 7.35% since 2010, the slowest growth rate since the 1930s. The numbers also illustrating a population shift that could alter the look of Congress in 2022. Texas will gain 2 seats in the House of Representatives, one of 6 states to gain a seat. Illinois, Michigan, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia will all lose a seat, as will California, the first time in the state's history that its congressional delegation will shrink. And one state is trying to give its younger residents an incentive to get vaccinated against COVID-19. West Virginia Governor Jim Justice announced Monday that West Virginians aged 16 to 35 who get their shots will receive a $100 savings bond. The program will be funded with money West Virginia received as part of the CARES Act. This is USA Radio News.
Why do you think bank presidents and jewelry store owners trust ADT to protect their homes and businesses? Because they feel safe, and you can too. How would you like to monitor your home from fire, floods, and yes, robberies without even being there right from your smartphone? That is peace of mind. You may even save money on your homeowner's insurance just by having an ADT system installed. And there's even a money-back guarantee. How about that? We guarantee 100% satisfaction. You have nothing to risk. Why do you think people who have so much to protect trust ADT? Because it works. Call right now for a free quote. We'll even give you a free gift for calling. So pick up your phone and call Protect Your Home, an ADT authorized premier provider now.
800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. That's 800-818-0191.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Right back at it here. Tuesday morning. Hope your week's off to a good start. What's happening? Let me see here. Steve, can you receive text messages at this number as well? Well, you sent it. Yeah, you sent it to that toll-free number, and I got it. So, yes, indeed. Yeah, you can send text messages to the 844 number there. All right, back to the calls. Again, at 844-844-3388. Heat wave, got you coming up next. We'll get to Steve. First, let me get back quickly to Philip. Yes, sir.
Hey, bud, I just heard Moose talking about Del Reeves. Was that what he was talking about?
Yeah, the girl on the billboard.
Okay, so I played music for many years, and I had the really good fortunate to meet a lot of good musicians. Well, one of them was Del Reeves. I had a friend that got me backstage at the Opry in the early 90s, and I met Del Reeves. Do you know who the girl on the billboard was?
That I do not.
It was Dolly Parton.
Is that right?
Absolutely. The girl on the billboard was Dolly Parton. And Del Reeves himself told me, he said that they had done a show up in Chicago and they were coming down on 55, going down to St. Louis to do another show. And if you listen to the song, he talks about going from Chicago to St. Louis on there. And there's a spot that's just north of Springfield. It's an open field area where they used to have a lot of billboards at, and that's where he saw the girl on the billboard at. And that's where that song come from. When Moose mentioned that, I was like, oh, man, I got to call in and tell these guys this story. Del Reeves was amazing. I mean, you think about him, he was on all those truck driving tapes back in the day when you'd go in the truck stop and there was the truck driver song tape.
Mm-hmm.
He was on all that, him and Red Foley and all those guys. You remember Teddy Bear and all that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Back in the day.
Sure.
But you talk about a nice guy, that was a nice guy. And he loved music and he loved playing music. And I'm glad Big Moose brought up the whole Looking at the World Through the Windshield song. Now, that's a trucking song, man. So I just thought I'd bring that up, bud, and brought back some good memories, and I hope it did for Moose too, because I remember back in the day, you go to the truck stop, and all they had was tapes. You know, they had cassette tapes. You could get the cassette tape because a lot of the trucks had cassette tape players, and then also they had an 8-track, but that was way a long time ago.
Yeah,
so,
all right.
But yeah. I just thought I'd mention that, bud. Have a good one, man. Thanks.
All right, going back to the 8-tracks, you're making you feeling old. That is correct. And right now there's a generation of kids that many of whom have never even seen a cassette tape, let alone an 8-track tape. And for whatever reason, in recent years there's been a kind of a surge in vinyl. They're taking a lot of the music that was only available on CD for a number of years, and they're actually pressing vinyl again. Only thing is you're charging like $40 for an album. You know, the nostalgia of vinyl. What's going on with the heat wave? Hey there.
Hey, good morning, senor. I'll tell you what, it's cold as hell here in Reno. We come over the Sierras there at Donner Pass, and I seen the moon, and I thought, well, I wouldn't have been able to see it on the west side of the mountains, because by that time it was already small, and tonight was that supermoon, right?
Uh-huh. This is it.
Yeah. Well, I guess there's always next month then, right? So, anyways, I was over here at the Reno yard talking to a driver out of Salt Lake City, and I went ahead and I hooked him up with your app on his Apple phone and got him hooked up on your Facebook, and I think he's in the truck right now charging up his phone, listening at the same time. Said he was a long-time listener, and I said, well, did you ever call in? He's like, oh, no. He said, he's called in other shows, but he hadn't called in to yours, but he was he was a big listener to your daddy back in the day.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Melvin, I'm over here. I'm talking about you. He's up in his truck, and I'm outside freezing my ass off. Good Lord. Anyways, what's this? I've missed out on quite a bit. Was there another shooting today?
Apparently, they've been saying the state of emergency is declared. I haven't seen any video of it or anything. And I'm not even real familiar with what actually transpired. Yeah, someone was trying to tell me that's, I guess, an individual that was holding what turned out to be a cell phone, and the officer thought it was a gun. It's not the first time that's happened, but.
Oh, goodness gracious. Everyone wants their 15 seconds of fame or 15 minutes, but, in these situations, it winds up being 15 seconds for them anyways. And then you got infamy for the rest of the time. There's no damn wonder why all these police officers are leaving early, opting for early retirement, or just getting the hell out of some of these places that don't respect them. And you know as well as I do that there's always a bad apple somewhere, but that doesn't necessarily, define who these people are. I mean, those that put their lives on the line every day make sure that we don't have to deal with this crap. They know that, it may not be they may not be coming home after a day's worth of work. I mean, we really don't know ourselves out here on the road, but especially them, because they're dealing with all sorts of different criminals and hoodlums and, jokers out there. So, yeah, my heart goes to all the police officers out there. Oh, man. So, yeah, I was talking to Melvin, and apparently his co-driver, you were talking about snow on the east side of Nevada yesterday morning. And apparently they got caught up in it. And he says, yeah, it was pretty hairy coming up and down some of them mountains. So I know I run into a little bit of snow coming in from California, just a thin little paper wisp kind of stuff, just enough to hit the windshield and melt. But yeah, I don't know about you, but I'm done. I need some warmer weather. And I imagine if I was in New Mexico right now, I'd probably be getting some of that warmer weather along with the wind. Right now is the time, it's the windy season, as I like to call it, in New Mexico, where it's going to be blowing like hell from now until near the end of May. And then once the end of May gets around, then it's going to be the start of our monsoon season. So hopefully we get some pretty good moisture out of this coming up, because I know we sure could use all the moisture we can get right now for sure.
Yeah.
And what's this wrestling match that Big Moose and Horse Feathers are conjuring up here? I mean, a mankini? Ugh, I don't even want to think about that. I mean, that's something that you just can't. Once you hear about it and you think about it, you just can't unsee it in your mind.
Yeah, right. Well, you've heard all the hoopla that people that identify as a woman, men that identify as a woman, are now allowed to participate in women's sporting events. I think it was Horse Feathers that came up with the brilliant idea of teaming up the Big Moose, and the inbred redneck actually volunteered to call in one last favor to Hogzilla, his ex-wife. And Big Moose is going to wrestle Hogzilla.
Oh, I'd buy a ticket. That reminds me, Bruce Jenner, Caitlyn, whatever you want to call him. I mean, if you can put bumpers on you, but if you still got a tow hitch, you're still a man.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, I understand it's going to run for governor of California. And, of course, it's going to run on the Republican ticket. And I'm sorry that I'm calling it an it, because I really don't know what to call a person who's a half man, half woman, who thinks it's a woman. But, the party of tolerance, the Democrat Party, they're not taking too kind to that. That there's an LGBTQ XYZ running. And I guess if it had a D at the end of its name, then they would be all happy and celebrating. But I mean, the hypocrisy of the left knows no bounds. And I hear that Kamala, all right, we all call her Camel Toe, I don't know. She's got a children's book out in English that she's given to Spanish-speaking kids. Does that make any sense to you? As young as 3 years old to like 7, they're getting this book. It's like, you know, they can probably barely read at 7 years old their home language. A 3-year-old is not going to learn. They may be able to babble along, but they're not going to read anything. You know, and what would Kamala know about kids? As far as I know, she doesn't have any, does she?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You know, I think her chances of having kids were either pulled away from her, shot over her shoulder, or she might have swallowed them, one of the two. But, yeah, it's kind of like Oprah telling us how our marriages ought to be, you know, how we should lose weight. And here she is. She's not married. She hasn't lost any weight that I can see. And just the hypocrisy is all I see there. And I heard the Oscars didn't get quite the TV crowd that they were hoping for.
Yeah, they didn't even.
I guess they said
they didn't even have 10 million viewers. 9.85 million, according to Nielsen. Worst ever.
Well, you know, yeah. Well, I'm sure they're going to say, well, it's because it was a COVID year. Nobody knew the actors or the directors or that these films were even there. You know, anything but what was actually the truth. People are tired of being lectured by those who think that they have a bigger platform and whatever they say has got to be the truth. You know, just like everyone else, I am tired of these athletes who struggled and made it big. Look, and these actors and actresses look down upon us and tell us how the cow ate the cabbage, you know, what we should think. And, you know, they're in their own little world there, and they have forgotten where they came from. So, yeah, I can see where they're not getting a whole lot of love right now, and maybe next year they'll just cancel it altogether. So, tell you what, I'm going to run on inside where it's warmer, but the acoustics are worse. And I'm going to see if they got a load for us so we can get our butts out of here.
Get on the road.
So, you have yourself a good morning, and we'll holler at you tomorrow.
All right, thanks for checking in. Thanks for helping to spread the word. What's his name? Melvin is out there with us now. Give us a call sometime, Melvin. Don't be a stranger. Yeah, Caitlyn Jenner. I guess the official announcement is made. She's going to run for governor there in California. But she is not being met with a warm reception from many in the LGBTQ community. She's obviously one of the most famous transgenders in the country. But being greeted hostilely by one of the state's largest LGBTQ rights groups and many trans activists around the country. Make no mistake, we can't wait to elect a trans governor of California, tweeted the group. But Caitlyn Jenner spent years telling the LGBTQ community to trust Donald Trump. We saw how that turned out. Now she wants us to trust her? Hard pass. Okay, she's running as a Republican, supposedly supported Trump in 2016. Yeah, then she later criticized the Trump administration for some discriminatory actions against transgender. but has failed to convince many trans advocates that she's actually a major asset to their cause. Let's see. One activist says, quote, Caitlyn Jenner is a deeply unqualified hack who doesn't care about anyone but herself. Her views are terrible. She's a horrible candidate. Jennifer Bolin, a transgender writer and professor at Barnard College, that appeared on multiple episodes of her show, I Am Kate, and considers her a friend, but she's not an admirer of her politics. She said, I wish her well personally, but I cannot see how the conservative policies that she's likely to embrace would help Californians. Her support of Donald Trump, the most virulent, vocal anti-LGBTQ president in American history, and her decision to hire Trump's inner circle for her campaign are just two examples of why, she says. All right, about 8 before the hour, and we've got lines available at 844-844-3388. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. How are you, Steve?
Doing well, thank you.
You know who else is running for, I think they're going to run for governor from what I've heard, is Trump's former ambassador to Germany, who's a gay man, is Rick Grinnell. You know who he is, right?
Not real familiar. I've heard the name.
Yeah, he's been on Fox a couple of times. He's very, very intelligent, well-spoken. He knows his stuff. I mean, he knows foreign policy. And he was in the Trump administration, and I believe he's going to be going in a primary against Jenner out there in California.
Yeah.
Now, for them to elect a Republican is, the odds are that slim to none with all those crazy liberals out there. Heatwave put it pretty well about those Hollywood elitists out there. Can't stand them. I got all warm and fuzzy inside when I read that piece on what the ratings dropped 50% or 60%, something like that for the Academy Awards.
Down 58% from last year. Last year was the worst viewing on record, and then it dropped 58% more. They didn't even have 10 million viewers.
Yeah, I wonder why that is, Steve. You want to. It's just like these corporations, want to talk down to half the country. We'll see what happens about that.
Mm-hmm.
When you stop watching their programs, stop going in the box office, stop buying Coca-Cola. Yeah, just like you heard in Georgia, right? How they were attacking Home Depot because Home Depot wanted to be neutral about the whole political issue out there with the voting. Did you hear about that?
I don't believe I did. No.
Yeah, it was last week because I think we were talking about these corporations and one of them was Home Depot, and I had thought that the CEO of Home Depot was a Trump supporter, if I'm not mistaken. Well, they said they wanted to be neutral about this, this woke cancel culture with these corporations, and they got attacked for that. So I guess their sales went through the roof over the weekend.
Really?
Levin was preaching it. Everybody go to Home Depot, buy your stuff there, just for this weekend. So, they're only hurting themselves, Steve. I mean, there's 80, 90, 100 million of us, and it's going to get bigger. That census that came out was pretty interesting, telltale sign of what's going to happen in another year and a half. I think things are going to flip. Things are going to flip.
The fact that, that more Republican, I mean, more states, Republican-dominated states, are getting more representatives.
Yeah, and the Democrats are losing it. Still there?
Yeah, I'm trying to recall. Is it a 12 seat advantage that the Democrats have in the House? 12, or is it 18?
I think it's 8.
8. Okay.
They have 8. I'm pretty sure it's 8-seat advantage. Because I know when I've seen a couple of the votes along party lines, it's I think it's 214 to 206. I believe. I think it's 214 to 206. Because this is the closest it's ever been. You know, as far as the difference in the seats, but it's going to flip. And I'll tell you what, Steve, we need to start playing their game. You know, they need to impeach those people that are in office. Because I'll tell you what, you want to talk about high crimes and misdemeanors, all those executive orders that this guy's signing, to me, that's treason against the United States. Because you're trying to destroy the government of the United States, trying to destroy the country. Trying to overthrow it is what you're trying to do. So we need to get some Republicans in there, especially a Speaker of the House that's got some kahunas, that's going to stand up and fight. You know, Kevin McCarthy, I think, is that guy, but sometimes I'm unsure. I mean, I listen to him on TV, and he sounds good, but I don't know. I just don't know. Like McConnell, they need to get rid of him.
Right.
He's a total disaster.
Yeah.
He really is. You know, the guy that who's at Senate, Ted Cruz is the one that should be the majority leader if we take back the Senate. You know, Ted Cruz, even Josh Hawley, who's pretty young, that guy's got some kahunas. So, but yeah, getting back to Kamala, man, she is just a total dumbass. I mean, I can't believe these white-collar liberals, these dinks, dual income, no kids, that make $200,000 a year or more, are what was it? You said 54% favorable of Harris.
Correct.
To be president.
That's mind-boggling. Yeah.
I mean, are you kidding me? I'm telling you, Steve, liberals really are stupid. They really are. They're obviously that's why they call them woke, because they're not awake. I mean, they're freaking idiots. Seriously, I mean, the things that they say and the things that they do and the lies that they tell, it's just mind-boggling. It really is. I'm glad Philip brought up that FMLA, because I'll tell you, when I was listening to your newscast, when the guy was talking about $200 billion for this and $200 billion for that and $200 billion for FMLA, you know, that really burns my ass, Steve, because I'll tell you what, I was on FMLA last year for bypass surgery, and when I was put out of work last May, luckily my company paid me $400 a week until I was able to get my big check from my critical care insurance. I had to pay for that out of my paycheck. I paid $20 a week for the last 4 years, and I'll tell you, I'm glad I took it, because I got a check for $20,000 after I was out of work for 12 weeks. And that's what paid my bills, paid my mortgage, this and that. But you know what? I had to pay for that. Everything I've ever, earned in life, I had to work for. It wasn't given to me. You know, for the American taxpayer to pay FMLA, for someone that's, like Philip said, faking an injury, faking an illness to collect free money, like these wokes are doing, it's criminal. It really is. It burns my ass. It really does. Free free child care, for these moms that want to go to work. Well, most companies pay for that if you work for a decent company. Like I said, FMLA, you don't get paid for that, but my company, being a good company, just happened to give the drivers, if you're out of work going to be out of work for 12 weeks for an injury, they're going to give you $400 a week. You know, it's not a lot of money, but it's something.
Mm-hmm.
It puts food on the table for a little while. But, yeah, I mean, guys that are out here busting their butt, working hard, you know, earning everything that they have, working for everything that they have, and when this imbecile just wants to print money and give it away and make us pay for it, it's just wrong. It's just wrong. And I'll tell you, I'm trying to fight every day this crap. I really am. I'm getting more involved in stuff. So even though I'm not on a school board, I'm going to get involved in one. My kids are in college, and I'm done with school, but I'm going to start getting involved in my local community with stuff. I'm really tired of it all. So anyway, that's my rant for tonight, Steve.
Well, it's good to hear from you, Steve.
Thanks for taking my call, buddy.
Keep on fighting the fight and keep on sharing those interesting stories that you like to send me on any given day. And, yep. Hey, so we've got our final hour rolling in here. And once again, we've got wide open lines at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Census Bureau released the first set of data from the 2020 census Monday, showing that the U.S. population has now topped 331 million. The population grew 7.35% since 2010, the slowest growth rate since the 1930s. The numbers also illustrating a population shift that could alter the look of Congress in 2022. Texas will gain 2 seats in the House of Representatives, one of 6 states to gain a seat. Illinois, Michigan, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia will all lose a seat, as will California, the first time in the state's history that its congressional delegation will shrink. And one state is trying to give its younger residents an incentive to get vaccinated against COVID-19. West Virginia Governor Jim Justice announced Monday that West Virginians aged 16 to 35 who get their shots will receive a $100 savings bond. The program will be funded with money West Virginia received as part of the CARES Act. This is USA Radio News.
America's great cities are in deep trouble. Businesses are closing, taxpayers fleeing, and police are defunded as crime and homelessness rise. It's a dangerous time in big cities like New York, L.A., Chicago, Seattle, San Francisco, and more. All this week, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax TV, exposing the real truth in his series, Cities on Fire. Every night, Rob Schmidt gives you the real news you won't hear anywhere else. So watch Rob Schmidt tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern and see his Cities on Fire special. Newsmax TV is on all major cable systems. If you don't get it, call your cable system. Tell them you want Newsmax or you can switch. Plus, get Newsmax free on most smart TVs like Samsung, Sony, and LG. Or tune in on Roku, Pluto, Zumo, and YouTube Live. And millions have already downloaded the free Newsmax TV app on their smartphones. So start watching America's fastest growing cable news channel, because Newsmax is real news for real people.
The Supreme Court will hear a case over gun rights in New York. Lance Pry has the story.
The Supreme Court agreed on Monday to hear an appeal to extend gun rights in the United States in a New York case over the right to carry a firearm in public for self-defense. Paul Clement, representing challengers to New York's permit law, said the court should use the case to settle the issue once and for all. The justices reported Monday that they will review a lower court ruling that upheld New York's restrictive gun permit law. The case will probably be argued in the fall. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And Washington, D.C. police say the department was the victim of a cyber attack. A department spokesman said Monday that the FBI was investigating a case of unauthorized access to their server. There was no indication that any of the department's operations were affected by that hack. A number of government agencies have been the victim of cyber attacks in the last year, with multiple federal agencies the targets of hackers. The Department of Homeland Security says Russia was the source of those cyber attacks. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
President Biden continues to try to sell lawmakers on his infrastructure plan, even as some in his own party begin to oppose it. Over the weekend, Democratic West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin said that he would like to see the president's proposal split up and couldn't support it in its current $2.25 trillion form. Republicans say that not enough of the massive bill is focused on traditional infrastructure projects. Congressman Steve Scalise says the proposal is really just the Green New Deal. The Louisiana Republican tells Fox News that the tax hikes in the package will deliver a blow to middle-class jobs.
You look at the latest infrastructure plan, more than 75% of that has nothing to do with roads and bridges and broadband and ports. So again, it begs the question, what are they spending that money on? And of course, you look at the details. It's the Green New Deal. We will have a higher tax rate than communist China in America if Biden and Pelosi get their way. And that means we have less jobs. Those entry-level workers, the middle class that President Trump was bringing back when we cut taxes, those jobs will all start going away again. I don't think that's what America bargained for when Joe Biden ran.
And the frontman for a legendary Scottish rock band has died. Lance Pry reports.
Les McOwen, the lead singer of the pop band Bay City Rollers, famous among teenagers around the world in the 1970s, has died at the age of 65. The family said his death was sudden last week when he collapsed in London, England. Cause is unknown at this time. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, back for our final hour. Trying to make it through the night, right? And we've got lines available at 844-844-3388. All right, found the story. I believe this is the one they're talking about. The latest shooting, a Virginia man in intensive care after a sheriff's deputy shot him 10 times outside his home. This is going back apparently early Wednesday of last week. 32-year-old Isaiah Brown, a black man, walking down the street away from his house in Spotsylvania County. He was on the phone with a 911 dispatcher when the Virginia sheriff's deputy responded to his home following a report of a domestic violence incident, or a domestic incident, I should say. Let's see. According to the police statement, as well as body cam footage and the 911 audio, the footage and audio, which I believe was released late Friday, appeared to show the deputy yelling, "Drop the gun," multiple times, and saying over his radio, he's got a gun to his head. He's got a gun to his head. He then yells, "Stop walking towards me. Stop walking towards me. Stop, stop." And then opens fire. The Virginia deputy mistook a cordless house phone that Brown was holding for a gun. According to the statement, Brown was unarmed at the time of the shooting and clearly told dispatch he did not have a weapon more than 90 seconds before the deputy arrived. Isaiah is now fighting for his life as a result of these completely avoidable errors by the deputy and dispatch. Spotsylvania County Sheriff said in a video released with the body camera footage that a special prosecutor has been appointed to the case and the deputy has been placed on administrative leave. Brown's family says the same deputy had given Brown a ride home from a gas station after his car had broke down earlier that day. He later called 911 for an unrelated dispute with his brother, apparently. Brown is heard on the call regarding the dispute, saying his brother won't let him into his mother's room in the house and that he couldn't get into his car. The dispatcher tells Brown that his car is broken down and has been towed. Brown then says, "All right, give me the gun," to which his brother is heard in the background yelling, "No." Dispatch asked what's going on, and Brown replied, "I'm about to kill my brother." The dispatcher says, "Don't kill your brother," and asked Brown multiple times if he's armed, to which he says no. Brown then told the dispatcher he was walking down the road. That's where the deputy met him. Yeah, so I believe that's the case they're talking about. Chevy guy.
Yeah, it sounded like he might have expected to have a gun on him, didn't it?
That's what it sounds like, yes.
Yeah, I guess what I called is, I remember they were showing riots over the weekend, and I wasn't familiar with it, and I just said, hey, change the channel. I'm not interested. I'm going news neutral, and apparently there's a big stink out there. But I'm thinking back about how we were upset. I tried an officer knows somebody has a weapon. He sees something towards his head. He thinks in his mind, I don't care what it looks like. To him, it's going to be a gun.
Yeah.
So what a tragedy! What a tragedy! But just like we were saying earlier, there's no hope for our society if we don't leave a little room for our law enforcement officers. And hey, if you shoot and kill somebody, they don't have a weapon, you're just out of law enforcement. But Lord, you don't put them in jail, because even that female state patrol, when she seen that medal shining in that man's hand and all it was a logbook, she thought it was a weapon.
Yeah.
And so we got a hard thing. I really am. I'm asking my grandson to find another job. It just, because bottom line, the politicians that are running these cities and these towns are not going to back them up. If anything does happen, they're on their own. And so what do you do? What are we going to be like if the left gets their way? I mean, we're going to end up having to carry weapons in our own truck, I guess. It just, I'm just confounded on that. But that's what I was getting at. I try to look at what they're going through. And we were upset as truckers about this driver getting shot and killed, innocent, but the officer didn't get anything done to her. But we didn't go off and try to kill every officer we've seen. But it just irresponsible for what's being said. Biden and Harris and all the political talk heads are talking the police down and coming up with all this stupid stuff. Shoot them in the hand, shoot them in the foot. It's just shocking to listen to these people. But I'm really dumbfounded. But it does look like at least I'm trying to get my words out. It does look like the NAACP or whatever up there is trying to talk the people down and say, get a breath, take a breath. So it sounds like there might be a difference over here on the East Coast than what it was out in the Midwest, where they're trying to talk the people down and get the footage, before you go off hog wild, get the truth behind you. So
there might be a little difference going on, but yeah, that's up around Horse Feathers area up there. So he's going to have to watch out. You never know. He might have to dive down and have to avoid the crowd. Timber.
Yeah, I hear you. Right.
Other than that, I've enjoyed. Go ahead.
I said I hear you. Yes, sir. Yep.
Yeah, I don't mean to talk over you. It's just I start talking before I hear you talk on this phone. So I'm pretty sure it's my little cheap Walmart phone, you know.
Yeah, well, we've got
Hey,
that
I'm going
little
to sit
delay
back
thing.
and copy the rest of the mail. I'm telling you, what a great show tonight.
Good to hear from you, Chevy guy.
Over.
Yeah, over. Well, it's sometimes a little delay thing, but yeah, I mean, in most cases, on a cell phone, because when I'm on mine, talking to someone else who's on a cell phone, you can't go two ways at the same time, right? The phone you can hear what they're saying, and if you're trying to talk while they're talking, they can't hear you. Kind of, it's just that's the headache, and then you add in like a 1.5 2 second delay, and it makes it really difficult. All right, someone brought up the Home Depot boycott thing, about a week ago, which I had not heard about that. I think Steve was asking about that. Black religious leaders in Georgia representing more than 1,000 churches had called for a boycott of Home Depot, accusing the home improvement giant of failing to take a stand against the state's new Republican-backed curbs on voting. So this is, again, back to the whole, all you got to do is show an ID to vote. Let's see here. Bishop Reginald Jackson, who oversees the African Methodist Episcopal churches, said Home Depot had rejected requests to discuss the new law. Now, we had already had many other corporations, Delta Airlines, Coca-Cola, that sat down with activists and issued statements opposing the restrictions. Coca-Cola also hosted a meeting of several companies back on April 13th. If you as a corporate leader do not believe and lack the courage to speak out, we will not spend our money to purchase your products, Jackson said. All right, so this is the story going back, I believe it's dated, April the 20th, so 7 days ago. And what was the fallout, the ramifications? People went out in droves and supported Home Depot. Okay, and that's happened more and more often when you got the woke culture trying to attack a corporation or a company, whatever the Chick-fil-A. There's another good example when they attacked Chick-fil-A for their. Wasn't that on the owner's views on gay marriage? I think it was. They said we're going to boycott Chick-fil-A. Well, their sales went through the roof, and I don't think they've ever come back down. Gotta love you some Chick-fil-A. All right, we've got plenty of room for you. Lines nearly wide open. It's 844-844-3388. All right, under our industry headlines, we recall remember the big, massive pile up there in Texas? And there was a question about why was that section of interstate open, the elevated surface? The bridge, and had it been treated, there's a contractor that's responsible for de-icing that bridge. So the contractor responsible for de-icing I-35, the Tex Press lanes, they say last applied a salt brine solution nearly 48 hours before that massive pileup during that winter storm back in February. According to the preliminary report from the National Transportation Safety Board, NTE Mobility Partners is a consortium of companies that includes Sintra US. They were responsible for operations and maintenance of the I-35W right-of-way, which includes toll lanes, general use lanes, frontage roads. This is the one that all began unfolding about 6 o'clock in the morning, February the 11th. More than 140 vehicles ultimately involved, including 32 tractor trailers, 6 fatalities. 2 of the dead were people that actually got out of their vehicles and then were struck on the road. The other fatality injured people had actually stayed in their vehicles. 36 others transported to area hospitals for treatment of the injuries. Now, in the days before the crash, the area had experienced 36 consecutive hours of below freezing temperatures. In anticipation of the freezing rain and sleet in the forecast, they reported they had pre-treated the traffic lanes with an ice slicer NM brine solution. And that solution was applied to the 2 southbound toll lanes in the vicinity of the crash on February the 9th. So the report goes on to note that a weather station at Fort Worth's International Airport, about 3 miles northwest of the crash site, had reported light freezing rain and freezing mist in the hours leading up to the crash. So the investigation, I guess, is going into should somebody be held responsible for not doing the job of treating, de-icing, keeping the ice off the roadway. I guess they may have lawsuits forthcoming. That's the preliminary report. Probably going to be sometime later this year before we get the full final report from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Those things take a lot of time for whatever reason. Under our industry headlines, hey, our next stop for the OOIDA tour trailer is Bloomington, Illinois. And let's see, that's the Travel Centers of America that's dedicated to Gary Bucks, who was a 2015 Citizen Driver honoree from TA Petro. Marty Ellis, the new skipper of the American Trucker, Spirit of the American Trucker, himself a Citizen Driver honoree, plans to be at the Bloomington TA through Wednesday. This is the junction of I-55, I-74, and I-39 with US 150. It's exit 160. Parking for 160 tractor trailers. The full-service Country Pride restaurant there is temporarily closed, apparently. But at the time, Bucks was awarded the Citizen Driver honor from TA. He was a 9-time winner of the Landstar Star of Quality Award and recipient of a Platinum Star, which was awarded after he came upon a wreck, stopped to help, pried the car door open, pulled a woman out, saving her life. As part of the recognition associated with being named a Citizen Driver, a TA or Petro truck stop is dedicated to the honoree. And, of course, just last week, we had our latest 2 OOIDA members, Dan Dusty Porter, a.k.a. Dusty Chrome, for Warner Enterprises, and Don Talley, a driver for Carter Express. What's the buzz amongst drivers? Marty says drivers have been talking about the lack of parking availability. Drivers want to be optimistic that something's going to get done, but a lot of them are, I guess, a little cynical at the same time. Yeah, the truck parking issue, that was on OOIDA's legislative update this past day. One of the priorities they're hoping that they'll put into the latest funding bill for part of the infrastructure bill, I guess it was. Hey there, Knucklebuster.
Oh, it's been a long night, Mr. Steve Summers. Been in and out of the truck several times there. The reason there's not enough parking availability is they don't know how to back up. They can't back that thing into a hole. They want them pull through parking holes, which they want.
No.
It's something you don't have to turn the truck. So I had a weird deal tonight. Customer refused to sign for the freight. I said, well, then you ain't getting it. So I carried it back to the yard. Told them, have a great night, Rick.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what their problem was. He said, well, we don't sign for no freight. I said, well, you ain't getting this freight then. So anyway,
like I said, I've been in and out of the truck. Have y'all talked about let's say Tehran John there about giving all the top secret Israeli covert operations to Iran when he was Secretary of State under Obama?
That has not come up, but I saw that, what they released, like was it an interview with someone from Iran that said that they were, he was giving them the inside scoop, right, about covert operations there.
Oh, yeah, we got Tehran John and Hanoi James. You reckon they ought to get married? That'd make a perfect match, wouldn't it?
Yeah, right.
Both of them traitors. Well, anyway, I'm going to finish this last leg of this trip up here, man. I'll be about 6 o'clock in the morning getting out of here. But I still like bologna on white bread every now and then. Mr. Alan Jackson's putting a new album out in May. So everybody go buy one there. You got to buy him another album. That way he can put some more music out, right? Is that the way the game works?
I think it is.
Yep, and buy some of that Hot Shot Secret products, too. That way we can keep Steve Summers on the air.
That's right.
And keep Chris keep Chris in a happy marriage there, because if he ain't bringing the money home, Mama ain't going to be happy either, right?
You got that right.
All right, Steve. Yeah, no, that's right. Well, I'm like Steve Harvey, happy wife, happy life. I like that little saying of his there. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Well, on the radio or on whatever it is you're on.
YouTube, Facebook, you name it. Here you go. Pick your poison. All right, Knuckle Buster, thank you very much. Yeah, what he brought up. We hadn't touched on that, have we? What about old Herman Munster? John Kerry is who he's talking about. What do you call him? Tehran John? All right, John Kerry is, quote, special envoy for climate change, is now facing calls for his resignation. Yeah, from Republican lawmakers and pundits for reportedly discussing Israeli military operations with Iran's foreign minister when he was Secretary of State under President Obama. Republican blowback is running the gambit, they say, calling for Kerry to leave his position as the top official discussing climate change, to calling for an investigation and maybe his prosecution. Of course, Biden administration is dismissing the allegations, saying the information Kerry shared was widely known at the time. Dan Sullivan from Alaska called for Kerry's resignation in a floor speech, one of several senators to do so this past day. He said, I don't do this lightly. In my entire time in this Senate, I've never called for anyone's resignation, said Sullivan. But his record, John Kerry's record of undermining working families and working against American national interests, is way too much to bear. He needs to go. Got the mic turned off before the sneeze there. Yeah. He said, when I read this today, I was astonished that a former Secretary of State, now a member of President Biden's National Security Council, would reveal the secrets of one of our most important and enduring allies in that region to an avowed enemy. All right, the report this past day that leaked audio recordings in March captured Iran's foreign minister saying that John Kerry himself told him that Israel had attacked Iran's interest in Syria at least 200 times. Yeah, Zarif expressed astonishment at that revelation. Now, Zarif did not say when Kerry, who again served as Secretary of State 2013 to 17, made that actual admission. Kerry categorically denied the allegation. He said, this never happened either when I was Secretary of State or since. So that's the brilliant. Yeah, you got the tape, you got the audio. Now that's why some are saying, hey, we need to look into it. Was John Kerry like a traitor? Did he betray his own country? Or better yet, did he betray one of our closest allies, a.k.a. Israel, which last I checked, I don't believe Iran has ever taken back the statements. Yeah, going back several years ago, remember Ahmadinejad? How many times did Ahmadinejad say that they will wipe Israel off the map? They're going to push Israel out into the ocean, eliminate them from the planet. Yeah, one of the fiercest enemies of Israel is none other than Iran. But don't forget, though, we got kind of chummy, right? Who was the guy that brokered the deal with Iran? Was that John Kerry? Oh, ironically, it was. All right, we've got available lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Census Bureau released the first set of data from the 2020 census Monday, showing that the U.S. population has now topped 331 million. The population grew 7.35% since 2010, the slowest growth rate since the 1930s. The numbers also illustrating a population shift that could alter the look of Congress in 2022. Texas will gain 2 seats in the House of Representatives, one of 6 states to gain a seat. Illinois, Michigan, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia will all lose a seat, as will California, the first time in the state's history that its congressional delegation will shrink. And one state is trying to give its younger residents an incentive to get vaccinated against COVID-19. West Virginia Governor Jim Justice announced Monday that West Virginians aged 16 to 35 who get their shots will receive a $100 savings bond. The program will be funded with money West Virginia received as part of the CARES Act. This is USA Radio News.
Why do you think bank presidents and jewelry store owners trust ADT to protect their homes and businesses? Because they feel safe, and you can too. How would you like to monitor your home from fire, floods, and yes, robberies without even being there right from your smartphone? That is peace of mind. You may even save money on your homeowner's insurance just by having an ADT system installed. And there's even a money-back guarantee. How about that? We guarantee 100% satisfaction. You have nothing to risk. Why do you think people who have so much to protect trust ADT? Because it works. Call right now for a free quote. We'll even give you a free gift for calling. So pick up your phone and call Protect Your Home, an ADT authorized premier provider now.
800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. That's 800-818-0191.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, find ourselves rolling into our final segment here on a Tuesday morning. There you go, 27th day of April. Here it is. And yeah, looking there at the calendar, next week, it's almost here. Road check. Everybody's favorite 72 hours in the trucking industry. May 4th, 5th, and 6th. All right, we know the drill. Motor carriers and inspectors throughout North America. Inspecting commercial motor vehicles and drivers. All right, inspectors will look for critical vehicle inspection violations, the driver's operating credential, hours of service documentation, seatbelt use, alcohol and or drug impairment. You'll be placed out of service, meaning you cannot operate until the conditions have been corrected should any violations be found. Drivers will also be placed out of service if an inspector deems any driver-related out-of-service conditions were violated. And that's why it's the favorite 72 hours. Same old, and they share the same info every year. But last year, lighting violations were the top vehicle violation, 12% of all vehicles inspected, according to the FMCSA. Hours of service, the most common driver violation, at a nearly 35% rate. I don't know how that's possible in this day and age with the ELD era upon us, but yeah, hours of service issues topped the list. Meanwhile, we get back to your calls here, and I believe John is next. Good morning, John. What's going on?
Oh, not much. Just got out of the house about a half hour ago. I'm on my way back to work. Gonna run out west later. Not looking forward to that snow out there in Wyoming. I don't know. I didn't hear your earlier show if you talked any about that, but that's what I seen on my weather app. Snow for tonight up there. What I wanted to say is nobody should be surprised about John Kerry. I mean, the history that this guy has and the things that he said and done in the past, that sounds just like him to do something like that. And same thing goes for his boss, Biden. I don't know. I would just think that most people in this country would be kind of yearning to get back on track where we was a year or two ago.
Yeah, I hear you.
With low taxes,
yep.
Exploding economy, and, stable borders. I'm getting up there in age, so I guess I don't have to worry about it too much. Another 10, 20 years from now, I probably won't be around much longer. But the younger people, they got to be looking at what's going on and scratching their head, right?
Yeah, you would think, but I shared some of the numbers earlier. This younger generation, I mean, it was like 1/3 of those under the age, I believe it was 30 or 35, believe we should try communism.
I guess it was sometime last week, there was a story out, because it was being reported in the news about bringing in more immigrants in that, which I agree with, but they gotta shut down the borders first. They gotta get the stuff under control.
Right.
George Bush was talking about doing his rounds, talking about his paintings, and that's all well and good, but he's got to understand, you got to control things before you can do that. And but it came out, how the majority of the people that did come into this country, a lot of different groups over the years.
Right.
If you poll them, they are leaning more conservative because they know what they left. They don't want to see this country going into that. Whether it's from Cuba, Eastern Europe, Asia, those people cherish the freedoms of this country as much or more than anybody because they know what the alternative is. So, but I guess with what goes on in school these days and what they're teaching these kids, they're all buying into it because I guess they just hear one side of it.
Brainwashed. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, that's it right there. Well, anyways, it was good talking to you. I just wanted to call in for a few minutes and say hello and have a good day, Steve.
Thank you so much for checking in, John. Good to have you with us. If this younger generation would pay attention, the 1/3 of those under the age of 35 that actually think communism, we need to try it. All the property should be owned by the state, controlled by the government. That absolute insanity. I saw some of the pictures. If you're in Venezuela right now, they are actually marking people's arms with numbers to stand in line at the grocery store, to stand in line for provisions. And in many cases, those lines, it's not a 10-minute wait or a 20-minute wait. It may be a 10-hour or a 20-hour wait just to get the basic staples to survive. You're not loading up a cart full of groceries. And if you've got enough money just to get you some flour to make your own tortillas, you might be lucky. And that's how bad things have got. And they think that's the direction we need to go. That's good morning, Vic. Hello, Vic. All right, is it Vic or is it somebody else? Maybe it's George? I'll just try the next one. Who would that be? Let's see. Talking about the shooting in Connecticut. Is it Mike?
Yeah, Steve, it's Mike out here in Iowa, but I wonder if you'd heard about the shooting up there in a small town in Connecticut. The police officer was sitting in his car about 6 or 7 Monday morning. 2 young guys come running out, beating on his car, and he was trying to figure out what was going on with them. And about that time, a car come up the street, and one of them young teenagers pulled a gun out and started shooting at the car. So the officer shot that teenager in the leg or whatever. But I just wondered if you'd heard anything about it. And then one other quick thing, when you mentioned lights, made me think of it. Anybody that runs out to Montana, which I haven't been out there in years, but a lot of guys run them blue lights behind their cab. They better think twice about it out there, because every one of them blue lights is $75 a piece in Montana, up to 6 lights. So just real expensive. So
wow,
that's all I had, Steve. So
all right, I thank you for the tip there. Thanks for the head. I know I had not seen that out of Connecticut. I'm looking at the story, and he pretty much, as he said, a Derby police officer shot a person who was firing at a passing car near the Derby line Monday morning. The officer shot the man in the leg. He is in stable condition. Suspect was arrested and now faces gun charges. Officer was at a traffic light. As he said, about 7 a.m., 2 males in distress approached the vehicle, pounded on the window, asking for help. The officer had the 2 males move to the curb, and while assessing the situation, one of the people who had approached the police car fired several shots at a passing vehicle. That's when the officer fired at the person who had the gun, striking him in the leg. Police identified the suspect as 29-year-old Cornelius McCullough of Derby. All right. I guess the McCullough's aunt and the mother of the 16-year-old man he was with said the pair thought a car was suspicious and said they did not have a gun. He did not have a gun. He does not have a gun. My son is an honor student, 16 years old. Schaefer said her son was not hurt, but he's trying to recover emotionally. He's traumatized. He doesn't want to even talk to anybody right now. All right, McCullough, who was taken to the hospital, was later taken to Connecticut State Police. Troop G, charged with carrying a pistol without a permit, criminal possession of a firearm, being held on a $300,000 bond, scheduled to appear in court today, as a matter of fact. I guess the vehicle that he shot at, police said the other driver was not hurt and is also cooperating in the investigation. That could have been a whole lot worse for the kid that's opening fire on another vehicle. Yeah, right there in front of the cop. The cop's right there. He's lucky he shot him in the leg. All right, Steve, hi there.
Steve?
Yes, sir.
Hey, thanks for taking me back. Yeah, it must have been the cop's fault, right?
Mm-hmm.
Israel thing with John Kerry, man, this is a sore subject for me. My daughter-in-law is Jewish. I got a few Jewish friends. This whole Biden administration, everybody that he's surrounding himself with, Steve, are anti-Semites. They're Jew haters. President Obama, when he was in office for 8 years, he was the biggest Jew hater, biggest president as far as being an anti-Semite. I mean, it's just incredible how he got away with that, and how Biden's getting away with it now. I mean, I think John Kerry, wasn't he accused of talking to Iran when President Trump was in office, like behind the scenes?
It kind of vaguely rings a bell.
Yeah, I think I remember that. The guy's a fraud. I think back in the day, Steve, when you give aid and comfort to the enemy, you ended up spending a lot of time in Fort Leavenworth breaking rocks.
Yeah, you're a traitor.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
A traitor, exactly. You know, to me, Steve, Israel must feel like they're on an island right now. By themselves, all alone. Elizabeth Warren 2 days ago was talking about restricting aid to Israel because they still occupy land that they think belongs to the Arabs. They call it the occupied territory?
Mm-hmm.
It's not occupied. It belongs to the Jews. But the thing that really gets me, Steve, is how can this administration give money to Palestine, give money to Iran, even talk to Iran? I mean, they're terrorists. They want to destroy America. So why would we be giving them money? It doesn't make any sense. And to go against Israel, I mean, Israel is a powerful military, very powerful. And they're going to have to start taking action themselves, because obviously, under this reprobate we have as president, he's not going to do anything about it if Iran makes a move against Israel. He's not going to do anything about it. Dangerous situation over there.
Yep.
It really is. You know, when they're talking about 60% uranium, you know, that's almost ready for a warhead.
They're getting there. Yep.
And those warheads are going to be pointed at us.
And I mean, Israel has a record of not allowing them to get there, and yet at some point, I guess more recently, it's been more along the lines of cyber attack kind of thing. If they can shut down their development of nukes without having to actually drop bombs, I guess they'd try that first. But if that doesn't succeed, I guarantee them they'll be stopping them one way or the other.
Yeah, talking doesn't work with those people, Steve. Only action does. And the only one that's ever taken action against them was President Trump. So that'll tell you everything right there. This Biden administration, it is dangerous. Dangerous for the world. It's dangerous for us. And, time will tell. You just got to hope and pray.
Yep.
So
we see
like
virtually all the other world leaders. China is testing us. Russia is testing us. You name it. It's kind of odd, if you ask me, that we haven't heard more out of Kim Jong-un there in North Korea. But last I heard, the new administration had reached out to him several times, but he's not responded. How did Newt Gingrich put it this past day? Let's see. It was actually Sunday. He was speaking on WABC radio. He said, the Biden administration is the most anti-American presidency in our country's history. That's the way he put it. Appalled at the kind of hostility that we're getting about the United States from Joe Biden to Kamala Harris. You had the conviction of Derek Chauvin. He said Biden and Harris right then had the opportunity to come out and say, look, the system works. Here's a policeman who's been convicted on all 3 counts. we should feel good about how America deals with these kind of issues. Instead, they come out and go on a rant about institutional racism. They could not have done a better job at tearing down America if they were the Chinese communist propagandists. That's when he said the most anti-American presidency in our country's history. Tearing down the country. You know, Biden tried to say that he's gonna bring us together. He's not gonna be like Donald Trump and divide the country. He's gonna bring us back together. Latest survey says 80% of the people in this country believe we are divided under Biden. So I don't care which side you're on, at least nearly all, 8 in 10, are willing to admit, yeah, this country is divided. No two ways about it. Okay, with that, we'll have to wrap things up here on a Tuesday morning. Have a great day. For those that are going to be rolling through parts of Oklahoma, Texas later on this afternoon when these storms begin to erupt, be cautious. Again, it sounds kind of like we may have a very active Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, heading into hump day with potentially severe weather. When they're talking baseball to softball size hail, that can be downright deadly. Be careful out there. All right, see you back at the midnight hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go.